Welcome to Gridiron Ring, live right here on YouTube for live reactions, play-by-play of WWE Elimination Chamber. The pre-show is just now kicking off, but I am currently watching the 61st running of the Great American Race, the 2019 Daytona 500. We're currently under caution with 25 laps to go. So 25 laps to go in the first race of the NASCAR season. There is Joey Logano in his pit box getting some fresh tires and some fuel. Denny Hamlin is in the lead, followed by Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, William Byron, and Alex Bowman to round out the top five. So a split screen commercial there. 25 laps to go here in the Daytona 500. I'm going to watch the rest of this, and then I'm going to watch Elimination Chamber and do live reactions, play-by-play of that as well. So thank you for tuning in and watching. I am CoolHandLuke96. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. So Gridiron Ring and myself, CoolHandLuke96. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, website as well. Links are in the description below. So scroll down, check those out, hit the little thumbs up button, share this live reaction stream on social media. If you have questions or comments as well, be sure to drop those in the chat. So I'm going to get everything set up here for the stream here tonight. I've got the WWE Network also pulled up at this very second as well. So as I said, the kickoff show, the pre-show for WWE Elimination Chamber that's taking place down in Houston, Texas at the Toyota Center is headlined by two Elimination Chamber matches here later on tonight. So once that gets underway, I'll turn that on, but I'm going to catch the tail end of the Daytona 500 here right now. And once we get back to green, you guys can hear my live reactions play of the 61st running of the Daytona 500, the first NASCAR race of the season.
Leading two Chevys, leading four Fords, with just 24 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch out front. It has been an eventful day, not a follow the leader day by any means. First caution, Corey LaJoie comes higher at lap 20, then at lap 50. Ricky Stenhouse may or may not have touched the number one of Kurt Busch, but Busch went around collecting Bubba Wallace, Jamie McMurray, and Austin Dillon.
Couple wrecks so far today in the race are showing who won the first and second stage this afternoon. Kyle Busch and then Ryan Blaney. There's a wreck on lap 50. There was actually just a wreck on pit road a moment ago that took out Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson actually was up there pretty high. But he is now a couple laps down to the back of the pack now. So 24 to go. Pace car, the pace truck actually, for the 500 this afternoon is out there leading the field. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, William Byron, Alex Bowman, David Reagan, Brad Keselowski, Clint Boyer, Ryan Blaney, and Kyle Larson are your top 10, followed by, Matthew D. Benedetto, Jimmy McMurray, Kevin Harvick, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Paul Menard, Eric Almirola, Austin Dillon, Suarez, McDowell, and that is the top 20. So we're back to racing now. 23 to go. So Hamlin taking the lead. Busch on his bumper. Byron on the outside. Eric Jones right behind Kyle Busch. Someone got loose. It's been a great speed week this past week for NASCAR down in Daytona. Last Sunday, Jimmy Johnson won the Clash. And then on Thursday, the two Daytona Duels, Kevin Harvick and Joey Logano both won those. Truck race on Friday night, Xfinity race yesterday afternoon, now the 500 today. So 22 to go, still Hamlin, Busch, Jones, Byron, and Bowman are your top five. Hamlin and Busch out there just a little bit ahead of the rest of the field. Eric Jones losing some positions now, dropping back. He has no fuel pressure, says Eric Jones. He's going to be taking that car to the pits. He was running good all day, too. So is Jimmy Johnson. Logano now in 10th. Ryan Newman in 9th. So there's Daniel Hemrick. He is now in 6th place. He is now driving the number 8 car for RCR. That took over the number 31 of Ryan Newman's from this past season.
Behind a 20 there of Eric Jones when he had his problem.
95% of the cars right now, all single file, up top on the high side towards the wall. Haven't seen that in quite a while. Gutter wreck, caution, Kyle Larson. 20 to go, Kyle Larson brings out the yellow flag. 8th caution of the afternoon. Kyle Larson, who has had a lot of top 2 and top 3 wins the past year. Past couple years, did not win a race at all last season, along with Denny Hamlin or Jimmy Johnson. Brings out the 8th caution flag of the afternoon with 19 to go now. Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Boyer, Jimmy McMurray, Matthew D. Benedetto are your top 5. Thanks for joining, guys, and thanks for watching. Currently watching the Daytona 500, doing some live reactions, play of that. Once Elimination Chamber in the WWE begins, I'll turn that on and do live reactions, play of that the rest of the evening. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. Larson just got loose down towards the yellow line and spun out right into the wall. No one else involved, so that's a good sign. There's been too many stupid mistake cautions this afternoon. With the one on pit road a while ago, just, you got to slow down. I know you're going, 185, 200 miles an hour, trying to get off the track onto pit road to pit road speed at 55 miles an hour, just like that. But these guys are professionals. They should know what the hell they're doing. And then, yeah, I'm pissed a little bit because Jimmy Johnson was running good all day long. He was in the top 10 for most of the race, and then he pits, doing something to help him get closer to the front for the rest of the race to potentially win the 500 today, and he gets rear-ended, and his left quarter panel on the driver's side was completely ripped off. And just today so far, just stupid, like I said, stupid cautions, stupid mistakes made by the drivers today. So there's Martin Truex Jr. He's driving the number 19 now this year, taking over for Daniel Suarez, who is now driving the 41 for Stuart Haas. Kurt Busch is now driving the number 1. So there's William Byron on pit road. He's the first one off of the couple drivers that pitted. So Denny Hamlin still in first. Only 18 laps to go, though. It says Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Jeff Gordon on the call this afternoon for Fox. So they'll go to commercial, and then we'll get back to racing here this afternoon.
For diehard NASCAR fans, there's only one beer brewed for racing. The one made from Kevin Harvick's 2018.
There's the Busch commercial. Anheuser-Busch actually, they made 40 cans of beer out of parts of Kevin Harvick's car from last year. So 40 collector's edition Busch cans. Pretty cool. They've been having a contest all afternoon, and people are actually able to win these collectible cans. And then Kevin Harvick actually autographed all 40 of them. And like I said, they're giving away, so pretty damn cool, I think.
Collector's edition cans for 40 amazing years. My car, your can. To NASCAR fans everywhere, cheers. The official beer of NASCAR.
And Busch is the official beer of NASCAR once again.
Field in the back straightaway, Daytona Beach Airport. In the background, aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Win your battles, earn your name. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. The last 9 Daytona 500s have had 9 different winners. McMurray, Bain.
That's hard to believe. The last 9 Daytona 500 winners have all been different drivers. 9 different winners the past 9 years. Can they make it 10 in a row here this afternoon? We'll have to find out and see. Austin Dillon is trying to become the first driver. Race record 10 different drivers in a row from 02 to 2011. So they would tie that today if a different driver won once again here this afternoon. But Austin Dillon trying to become the first driver in 24 years to win back-to-back Daytona 500s. So we're going to be going back to green here. The pace car, is on pit road. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch lead the pack with 16 to go.
Back to green with 16 to go.
I am surprised how that 40 car, Jamie McMurray on the outside over there, how he can keep up with the pack with that fender plate.
Luckily, he's getting to stay in. There's the aid of Daniel Hamrick giving him a nice shot down the back straightaway, but you got to believe there that it was hurting after the 40 car.
Killing it. I'm sorry, Mike. He was one of our fastest cars in practice yesterday. Remember, McMurray was.
I think Joey Logano in that 22 was looking way up on the top side, trying to make it 3 wide. Here he goes again. Ryan Newman just ahead. Nothing up there.
Blaney and Harvick working together down low. Passing Ryan Newman. Logano getting into Newman a little bit.
By Joe Logano, his car stuck to the racetrack so good right there.
3 wide there in the middle, led by Logano, who won the second duel on Thursday. 15 to go.
And leads McMurray. That was his goal. To get past that 40 of McMurray with the damage.
15 laps to go, boys. All Logano needs right now is a place to go. If he can just find a little opening, he's going to stick that thing in there. But right now, he really doesn't have a lot of room to operate.
Below the yellow line, but three, four line a little bit further back. I agree, Darryl, but he's got to get further up there, and he knows it. Look at this. He goes to the outside of Kevin Harvick. He needs some takers or somebody to go with him, though. He's not going to be able to do it by himself up there.
Now that double yellow line, that means no passing, just like on the highway. You cannot drop your left side tires below those two yellow stripes to advance your position, or you'll get penalized.
And we saw this in the duels as we watched it go to the now Kevin Harvick's.
Wreck. Keselowski this time. 14 to go. Good God. 9th caution of the afternoon. Keselowski with a left rear flat.
9th caution of the day. Team Penske's Brad Keselowski.
That sucks for him.
To go.
He was in the middle of the pack all day, but still you'd like to
Jamie?
be able to finish the race with 13 to go. But we'll have to see if he can get back out there. If he does, he'll still finish a couple laps down at this point. Yeah, so they're going to have to bring the tow truck around for him.
Another one of our
Yeah, left
champions who's
rear flat.
race before, but
No other damage, though.
Larry, with the electronic engine management system,
So they should just be able to change that real quick once he gets on pit road and get him back out there. Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Boyer, DiBenedetto, McDowell, Menard, Harvick, Reagan, Logano, and Blaney are your top 10 with now 13 laps to go on this yellow flag once again this afternoon.
That's what it looked like. Apparently he made contact with someone and cut that left rear tire down. See right here, it's just
Keselowski with some sparks. Johnson's right behind him. He just got loose and spun out. He didn't make contact with anybody. Tire just went out on him.
go on, causing any more damage. They've got that car started up now. I think they pushed him off.
It's his 10th try to win the 500. Brad Keselowski has been a champion of the sport, but has not conquered the 500 here at Daytona.
See that left rear tire all the way down to the rim. Sparks flying.
they got every flap on that thing up. Roof flaps, hood flaps.
All of that designed to counter lift, make sure these cars stay on the ground when they get sideways to the wind at speed. There's a lot of rim rash right there.
It is.
12 laps to go. 29 cars on the lead lap, plus Eric Jones.
There's Keselowski coming down pit road now. They'll change that tire and hopefully he can get back out. 12 to go. Under caution. There is the first car that is a lap down that will get the free pass. I didn't catch who that was. So the last 10 Daytona 500s, the average of the last caution is with 7 laps to go. So 12 to go here. We've had about 2 cautions in about the past, 20 laps. It's going to be a wild finish. A couple years ago, we had the closest finish in 500 history with Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr.
These folks hardly ever sit down. They're resting right now, getting ready for an incredible finish.
So we'll have to see how it all pans out here before NASCAR moves on to Atlanta next weekend, next Sunday afternoon. 11 to go, under caution still. Yeah, so next week at 1:30 on Fox, the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Reduced horsepower and everything they did to the cars. They believe, NASCAR believes, and I think the teams may even believe that we could see this kind of racing in Atlanta next week. Pack racing.
Let's check into the studio with Shannon Spake, Ricky and Bobby.
You love that, don't you, Mike? We love it too. talking to Ricky, and we were talking about the Fords and how strong they've been at plate races. But you said Toyota, and I said, don't you mean Ford? And you said, no, Toyota. This looks like it's turning out to be a prediction of yours.
Yeah, the cars have been very, very stable on the bottom. Denny Hamlin has an instinct, a sixth sense of being able to lead the draft. Obviously, Kyle Busch has bought into that. And then a newcomer into the equation would be Matt DiBenedetto. Now, he's going to line up fourth, so he's going to either benefit Denny or Kyle based on which line Denny takes. This is sizing up to be Toyota against the rest.
Yeah, and I thought the Chevrolets were going to be up there. William Byron and Alex Bowman. William got trouble when Eric had fuel pressure problems, so those guys are out of it, but can they get back? So, I don't know. Can the Fords get back up there? Can the Chevys get back up there?
Oh, it's going to get good. Mike, bring us home.
Here we go. 11 to go. Right now, they'll take the green at 10 to go, and in the last 12 Daytona 500.
We're going to be going back to green here with 10 laps to go. Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Boyer, DiBenedetto, McDowell, Menard, Harvick, Reagan, Logano, and Blaney, once again, are your top 10. There's Clint Boyer.
Talking to spotter Brett Griffin.
And I think that's based on the qualifying race we saw where I felt like Brett Griffin didn't give it Clint Boyer enough heads up when Logano dove under him like he did.
Denny Hamlin has chosen the outside lane against Kyle.
Denny Hamlin up top, Kyle Busch on the bottom, back to green, 10 to go in the Daytona 500. Hamlin's going to get out front on the bottom now. DiBenedetto 95 up top, trying to get up there with Hamlin.
It's going to be incredibly crazy.
Boyer pushing Kyle Busch a little bit on the bottom side. Busch going to pass number 11, Denny Hamlin. Got another wreck, the big one at Daytona, with 10 to go. The 10th caution of the afternoon. DiBenedetto got into somebody and everybody behind it, basically, in this wreck. There's Truex, Blaney, Eric Jones, Eric Almirola, 9 to go. There's Chris Buescher. Basically everybody that was behind DiBenedetto when he got into the wall, once he got spun around, is involved in this wreck. The big one with 9 to go. There's Daniel Suarez, Austin Dillon, Blaney, and Buescher once again. Let's see what happened here on the caution, or on the replay of the caution. So Paul Menard there, I guess, was giving DiBenedetto a little bit of a push. And DiBenedetto just got loose a little bit. Car went inside, spun a little bit, and then probably at least 10, 12, 15 cars there, all into the wall on turn number 3, I believe that is. So a big wreck here late in the 500. There's Newman as well. He somehow got through a little bit. Jimmy Johnson gets around it. Let's see if he can get back on the lead lap and potentially get back up front and potentially win this thing here this afternoon. Like I said, I was a little bit pissed off a little bit ago. A stupid mistake on the caution on pit road. Should never happen, but it did. There's nothing really you can do about it. You just got to move on. And they've stayed in the race, and they're still in it to some extent, but we'll have to see after this wreck now if he's going to be back on the lead lap. Obviously, him being my favorite driver, pulling for him today. He won the Clash last week, so I was happy about that. But the other times he's won the 500, he's a 2-time champion. He won the Clash the year before he won the 500 both those times. So that would be meaning now next year Jimmy Johnson would win the 2020, the 62nd running of the Daytona 500. So we'll have to find out and see if history will repeat itself once again for the 3rd time next year. Just showing replays here still of that wreck that just happened. So they got to get all this cleaned up before they can continue racing. So it's about 6:30 here on the East Coast, and Elimination Chamber is going on tonight as well. I have the network pulled up, so we'll be tuning in to that and doing live reactions play by play. So stay tuned, like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. But we're catching the tail end of the Daytona 500. They are still showing replays of the wreck that just took place. So Logano, he got dinged up on the side a little bit, but he made it through, along with Harvick, who was in front of him.
Too many pushes there, Mike, is what I saw.
Kyle Larson, who had wrecked a moment ago, he gets involved in that a little bit as well. Yeah, he gets spun out in the grass. He hasn't had a good day as of late. He's probably very upset. Chase Elliott involved a little bit as well. I think he got through, though. I believe he got through. I think he did. No, Elliott got spun out a little bit.
I'm not sure which list graphics is putting together the cars involved in the wreck or the cars that missed it. We'll find out when we come back.
They're going to take a commercial break. They're still cleaning up the mess. Yeah, there's what, 2, 4, 6, at least 12, 15 cars involved in that. The big one. That's what everybody hopes for. The fans, at least. The drivers hate seeing it. But the big one at Daytona just happened if you're just tuning in. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play of the tail end of the Daytona 500 here this afternoon before WWE Elimination Chamber begins. So like, follow, and subscribe to myself, Cohen, Luke96, and Gridiron Ring on social media. The links are in the description below. You guys have chat questions or comments, let me know in the chat. Keep those coming on through. I'll get to those here in a second. So commercial break, and within the next 7-8 laps, we'll have a winner. Unless it goes to overtime, which it very well could. We'll have a winner in the 2019 Daytona 500.
The all-new Chevy Silverado. It's a little bit country, and it's a little bit rock and roll.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Did the little piggy cry wee, wee, wee all the way home?
You're home.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Mrs. A.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Wow. Right? Is cheesy bacon fries? Oh, tremendous.
I know, crispy bacon is the best thing that ever happened to the fries.
What? It's the Fries Show. McDonald's world famous fries. Featuring bacon.
Or is the crispy bacon giving the fries some street cred with a whole new audience?
I'm gonna let bacon think that.
What was that? I couldn't hear you over the bacon ovation. Bacon, bacon, bacon.
McDonald's Classics with Bacon. Only for limited time. Is it the best thing that happened to our classics? Or to bacon? Try for yourself and decide.
A dozen or more cars destroyed in the space of about 6 seconds.
They say a dozen or more cars destroyed
Less than 10 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
in a matter of 6 seconds. So
Those cars pretty wounded.
a lot of cars still out there on the track. They're still getting everything cleaned up before they can continue racing.
In this shot from the Goodyear blimp, way on the left, on the inside, that's our pole sitter.
Sometimes it's an advantage to be way back like this. You get a second chance, maybe. See a little bit of a damage right here. He hits that car in front of
I
him.
think it comes the 20 of Eric Jones comes back up, must have clipped him in the left rear to cause that left rear damage.
And compared to all the others,
All the drivers are out of the cars and are okay. You'll see Byron.
Everyone is okay, they say, so that's a good sign.
Boy, DeBenedetto just spinning around like a top there.
Thank God no one was hurt.
Here comes William.
Safety is obviously the most important thing
left rear damage.
when these cars are going 170, 80, 90, 200 miles an hour.
Wheels are still headed in the right direction.
Ty Dillon also involved in that a little bit.
Here are
So involved in the wreck,
the cars.
Austin Dillon, Newman,
Page one.
Daniel Hemrick, Chase Elliott, Eric Almirola, Ryan Blaney, Ty Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Martin Truex Jr., and Eric Jones, followed by Paul Menard, Tyler Reddick, Matt Tift. 18 cars total, they say. Chris Buescher, David Reagan, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson,
It's exciting as fun.
Jimmy Johnson, they say, was involved in that, and then Matthew D. Benedetto.
Just a little too hard and turn him in front of the whole field, and you get a bunch of cars wadded up like this.
Once again, everybody is okay, out of the cars and all right. You checked out at the care center.
So we're probably going to have
On the rollback, let's go
about
to the
15,
leaders.
20 cars with
Well, and that's,
about 8 laps to go.
And with Adam Stevens as crew chief, wow, it's been a solid day for you guys. Hasn't been too eventful. That's good news. But now getting ready for this restart with a bunch of Fords behind you. What do you expect?
Yeah, you expected the Fords to get up front sooner or later, and we played the track position game well all day and made good adjustments. I have a pretty fast car, but in some respects, it's kind of like the back nine of the Masters doesn't begin really until Sunday, and this race doesn't begin until 10 to go.
What do you think about partnering up with the other manufacturers when push comes to shove in the final laps?
I think once you get below 10 to go, everybody's thinking about that checkered flag, and all bets are off.
Thanks, Adam. Matt?
Clint Boyer sits in the third position. Catch up in Mike Buggeravich. Well, for a while there, looks like you guys were the odd man out, but you're sitting there with a bunch of your Ford corporate teammates, 5 in I think the top 7.
Yeah, it's a pleasant surprise. Our Mobile One Rush Truck Center Mustang has been running good all weekend, really.
So under red flag, 9 to go. Nothing's happening at this very second. Let's turn the WWE Network on and see if the kickoff show has, or the kickoff match on the kickoff show has started. Cruiserweight title. Well, I got to get it up and running. I have the network pulled up, but I don't have the Elimination Chamber on. So the Cruiserweight Championship on the line on the kickoff show. Buddy Murphy defending against Akira Tozawa. Elimination Chamber, as I said, in Houston, Texas at the Toyota Center. So TVPG, V for violence here tonight. I think it'll be a decent pay-per-view. Got 2 chamber matches, a WWE Championship match in that, along with the women's tags on the line. Kickoff panel. We have Sam Roberts, Booker T, Beth Phoenix, and Jonathan Coachman. They got about 20 seconds until they will begin the opening contest here tonight at Elimination Chamber. The Cruiserweight title will be on the line on the kickoff show in a matter of seconds. So they're going to send it to ringside. There is Nigel McGuinness, Vic Joseph, and Aiden English from left to right.
Too much size and too much power. I don't know. I think Tozawa's been on a roll as of all of 2019. I think tonight is his night.
And there's Akira Tozawa coming out. Buddy Murphy will be defending the Cruiserweight Championship versus him right now. Daytona 500 though. Let's see if we're at least out of the red flag and back to yellow. No, they're still showing replays of the wreck that just took place. So still under red flag at Daytona with 9 to go. 9 laps to go. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Clint Boyer, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Preece, Alex Bowman, and William Byron are your top 10.
Team do an incredible job keeping us safe so we can go to Atlanta Motor Speedway next week and do it again.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, Regan. David Regan, one of those out of the race. 18 cars damaged. Not sure if all
So we
those
see all the cars that are still
with Coach Gibbs
in the
or
race
Vince.
at a standstill
About the nerves of the driver or the crew chief, but how about the car owner
on the
as he
back
sits here at
stretch, and
Daytona,
now
the top two cars belong
the
to him.
legend
What are your thoughts,
himself,
Coach?
the coach, Joe Gibbs, getting interviewed.
And then we lost Di Benedetto. And so now we got a lot of Fords sitting right there behind us. And so this is gut-wrenching, I'll put it that way. But hey, we got
Joe
two
Gibbs
better
was the
guys,
head coach for the
Billy and
Redskins
Kyle, and
2 different times.
feel good about them.
Also has
FedEx
a
and
NASCAR team,
Corporation up front.
Joe Gibbs Racing.
What a great crowd today.
Has 4 cars, has the 11 Denny Hamlin, the 18 and Kyle Busch, the 19 Martin Truex Jr., and the 20 and Eric Jones. So they're still getting everything cleaned up,
I think when we leave the racetrack, when you have 4 cars,
and hopefully here sometime soon we'll get back to racing.
So, but that's also part of our sport, which I love. It takes teammates, and it takes, actually, you got to have teamwork with 4 different cars when you come to the racetrack. I love to challenge that, but it's hard.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, his cars right now are 1-2, Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin.
Hey, look, he's a coach. He'll figure out a way to handle this. He'll smooth this over.
That's right. Let's go back to Regan.
Well, in his first race with Levine Family Racing, Matt Benedetto, you were putting on a show. You led 49 laps. We're having the run of
Matt
your career.
D. Benedetto now getting interviewed.
What happened in the car?
He had a great race, and then he wrecks with 10 to go. So that sucks. Led a career high 49 laps this afternoon in the Daytona 500. Another replay of the wreck. Paul Menard got into him a little bit. He got loose and just spun around, and like I said a minute ago, basically everybody behind him involved in that wreck. They say 18 cars were involved on the wreck on lap 191 of 200. Daytona 500, 500 miles, 200 laps. Future is very, very bright though for Matt DiBenedetto, who's in his 5th year in the now Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. So Atlanta next weekend, then they go out west. I believe Phoenix will be first, or no, Vegas will be first, then Auto Club out in California, and then Phoenix, I believe, will be the order of the schedule, the first 5 races. Could be wrong, could be mistaken on that. It could be the other way around. I know Atlanta is next week though, and then it's either Vegas or Phoenix. I think it's Vegas, and then Auto Club, and then Phoenix, like I said. And then they'll come back east. I believe by that point it'll be the end of March, so about a month, a little over a month away from now. They'll be in Martinsville. They'll go to Texas as well, and then by the time April rolls around, because like I said, I don't have the schedule in front of me for NASCAR. Just trying to think of what they've done in the years prior. They'll hit Richmond in the middle of April, Bristol as well. They'll stay down south and out west up until it gets nicer out when the end of spring and summer arrive. Then they'll come to Dover, Pocono, Chicago, Michigan. They'll go out west again for Sonoma, Watkins Glen. They'll bounce all around. They'll go back to Daytona, and then everything is Talladega is also in there as well, I believe, at the end of April, and then October once again, and then it'll all come to an end right before Thanksgiving down in Homestead, Miami, and that's when we'll crown a new champion for NASCAR. Joey Logano, the defending champion, is still in the race here this afternoon. He somehow got away from that wreck that just happened. He is currently in 6th place. They're currently interviewing Paul Menard, who was involved in a wreck last week with Jimmy Johnson. He should have won that race, and then he was running good once again today and was up top and very well could have won the 500 today as well, but he's done for the day. And once we end the red flag, once they get everything cleaned up, they'll go back to yellow and then back to green with probably about 6-7 laps to go after that. So as we see the picture once again, all the cars are stopped on the backstretch. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Clint Boyer, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick are your top 5.
You'll see him come into frame here from the right.
Turn the network back on, see if that match is still going on. I'm probably thinking they're turning the house down. So the New Day actually getting interviewed backstage. Xavier Woods and Big E, I believe they're talking about Kofi Kingston, who is in the Elimination Chamber match here tonight for the WWE Championship. Yeah, so Buddy Murphy and Curtis Alva still going at it. Crowd getting into it a little bit. So they're putting Kofi over, saying that he's going to be the new WWE Champion here tonight. Highly doubt it, but we'll find out and see. Still at a red flag for the Daytona 500. So Logano, Stenhouse, Priest, Bowman, and Byron are 6 through 10. So top 10 once again, 9 to go. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Clint Boyer, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick, Joe Logano, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Priest, Alex Bowman, and William Byron. Daniel Suarez now getting interviewed.
I mentioned in the radio many times that one big wreck was going to happen, and I just wanted to make sure we're going to stay, to stay out of it. It's just difficult because with 10 laps to go, it's not like you just can hang out and wait for it. It's time to go, and unfortunately, we just got caught in someone else's mistake.
Thanks, Danny. Mike, I got to tell you, it looks more like a driver's meeting over here than it does a carousel. There's so many drivers walking out right now.
18 cars involved in that crash. And NASCAR protocol is you must go to the care center and be checked over and then released to TV and radio. Well, quite conciliatory here after the accident. Wasn't quite that way 40 years ago in the Daytona 500. 1979.
Flashback now to 1979 with Cale Yarborough and Davey Allison. They ended up fighting after this wreck. And that's what really got NASCAR going. Yeah, there's the wreck. And there's the fight.
That is a car Richard used in the 79 season to win the championship that year, though he did not drive it here at Daytona. There's the 89 winning car of Darrell Waltrip and the 1999 winning car
Jeff Gordon.
of Jeff Gordon.
Mike, I think that courtesy goes out the window on the last lap. Clint Boyer.
Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Newman, McMurray, Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, Ross Chastain, Matthew DiBenedetto, Paul Menard are 11 through 20. Blaney, Almirola, Suarez, Jimmy Johnson's in 29th. Clint Boyer now getting interviewed from his car, talking to the guys up top, up in the booth, Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Jeff Gordon.
Got a pile up behind me. It's kind of an engine thing, right? Got two of the other guys there in front of us. Got to make quick work of them and hopefully sit still. So you know what's coming when you do that.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys have been putting on a heck of a show. I don't know if I or any of us could have anticipated the side-by-side action and all the things going on. You guys have been in the front, you've been in the back. I mean, what do you expect to happen in these final 9 laps?
Well, I mean, you know, these Toyotas are going to try to work together, but hey, there's a bunch of these Mustangs in rearview mirror. Got some allies there. Got a teammate back there with Kevin.
Yeah, there's about only 10 cars that are going to be racing for the finish.
It's been fun. I'm telling you, these favors are sliding around.
Because everybody else is either
I know your old buddy be pretty good at it.
has already been done
I'm glad you're
after they wrecked earlier, or everybody else is just involved in the wreck just a short time ago. So
Thanks, bro.
hopefully, like I said, we can get back to racing here sometime soon. There's a nice shot of the moon.
The full moon affects Sunday night racing, too. Oh, my goodness.
What were you thinking, Mike, for doubting that?
Last year, Eric Almirola won the Daytona 499, but a mile from the finish line, he got turned around into the wall by Austin Dillon, who went to victory lane. Almirola crashed out of the Daytona 500 from behind. And tonight, an incident not of his making, collects the number 10 Stuart Haas Ford, sends it up in the air, down to rest and out of the race. Regan is with him.
Well, turn 3 at Daytona has not been very kind to Eric Almirola.
Eric Almirola getting interviewed now by Fox after he just got released from the infield care center where all drivers have to go after a wreck just to make sure that they're all right. So after they get released from there, then at that point they can get interviewed by the media.
You know, our Smithfield Ford Mustang was good. Not as good as what we had at Talladega, but I thought we were good. And just right there in the closing laps, the intensity ratcheted way up, and there was a lot of big runs coming and pushing and shoving. And looks like the 95 got a little loose there getting into turn 3, and we all just got collected. So just kind of the product of restrictor plate racing. And
Cover 1-2 kick out by Buddy Murphy. Cruiserweight Championship still on the line here this afternoon as we move into the evening. Houston about an hour behind in the Central Time Zone, so it's only about 5:45 in the Lone Star State. There's the guy in the green shirt, the guy with the long hair that always sit ringside, front row during WWE pay-per-views. Tozawa looks like he's going to go up top. Buddy Murphy now holding on to the right leg of Tozawa. And now Murphy. Nope. Super kick from Tozawa. Hurricanrana from Tozawa to Murphy, but Murphy rolls out of the ring. Tozawa now looks like he's going to go flying. Suicide dive through the middle rope, takes out Murphy. He's got to get him back in the ring. Now they're going to go for it once again. Another suicide dive. So Tozawa now rolling Murphy into the ring. A red flag for the Daytona 500. I'll get back to that here in a second. About 13 minutes away from the start of the main card for WWE Elimination Chamber. Another super kick from Tozawa. This is awesome chants from the crowd. Just said a moment ago, I knew they would probably be tearing the house down on the pre-show. Tozawa now going for a cover on Murphy. 1-2 kick out.
Murphy again somehow kicks out at it. Look at this. Up goes Tozawa and bam with all that weight.
God, that had to hurt.
With the back symptom that we are very familiar, but
A backdrop on Murphy from Tozawa before the cover. Tozawa trying to get the crowd involved. Couple slaps, a kick, a knee to the face of Tozawa, He's down on his knees now. Murphy going to go for Murphy's Law. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out by Buddy Murphy. Tozawa now has Murphy in a submission. Murphy picked up Tozawa. Murphy's Law connects. This is going to be it. Cover 1, 2, 3. Buddy Murphy retains the Cruiserweight Championship here tonight at Elimination Chamber over Akira Tozawa. So I'm 1 for 1 so far in my predictions for WWE Elimination Chamber. I successfully picked Buddy Murphy to retain over Akira Tozawa.
I think if Joey Logano doesn't have much damage to his heart, I don't think he does. I think he may be the wild card in this whole thing. Yeah, he may be the X factor. The other thing I was thinking.
Cars are now on pit road.
The lights are on now.
Those are the cars that were involved in that wreck a moment ago. The 18-car pileup. And okay, the cars are moving on the track as well, so we're under caution. Yellow flag. Kyle Busch still in the lead. 8 to go. 8 to go. Still under caution. We'll be getting back to racing here very, very shortly. Fox is going to go to commercial before they have the official ending of this year's Daytona 500.
Search at the all-new Carfax.com. That might help. Show me the Carfax. Now the car you want and the history you need are easy to find. Show me used trucks with great deals. Great deal. Show me the Carfax. Start your used car search and get free Carfax reports at the all-new Carfax.com.
Unisom knows when you don't get enough sleep, it's hard to avoid the fog. Even the simplest things seem tough. Unisom is specially formulated to give you a good night's sleep, so you're ready to take on your day with Unisom, the sleep expert.
Trophy 1 year ago to the sledgehammer tonight. That's Austin Dillon's night. Coming off the top rope onto that hood.
Boy, I can relate. I want 3 of these things, but I had the sledgehammer a whole lot more than that.
All right, Kyle Busch.
7 to go, still under caution.
Well, we see right here, he chose the outside. They had talked
Cars are
so he's gonna, his best bet
back in order. And I believe we'll be going to green here
Is the last guy that wants to let that happen. He wants to split these Toyotas
right now. Yeah.
A little more damage on the left rear of that 22 car.
Pace cars on pit road.
He's a guy to keep an eye on.
Back to green at the Daytona 500. Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin out front.
Nice start by the 18.
6 to go.
He's sitting in pretty good spot.
Joey Logano giving him a push. Now to the 34.
Well, because Denny Hamlin laid back there a little bit to let his teammate get out in front of him, and opened up the door on the outside for the 34. And don't look now, 22, Joey Logano. I don't care if he has damage or not. Oh, he's going to turn the 30. Oh, and he almost turned
Logano almost. Now another wreck. 6 to go. Stenhouse, Kyle Larson once again. Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman. Holy hell. Will this race ever end? A lot of cautions, a lot of wrecks within the past 30 laps. The 11th caution of the afternoon. Kyle Busch, he can't like that.
This is the question now. Did McDowell get ahead of the 11?
Artie, don't you dare give me another shot of that full moon. I'm over it. From the Goodyear blimp.
We saw this, the last wreck that happened, the 22 and the 34 are bump drafting there. The 22 hooks him a little bit, but actually this wreck ended up happening because the 17 of Stenhouse dove.
Hamlin's still going to be in second place once they restart. They'll restart with about 2-3 laps to go. They might actually go to overtime.
I thought the truck race that night they had 6 trucks or 7 that were running at the finish. I thought I never seen anything like that until now.
Pfizer cam. Ryan Preece. This is the root cam. Look at this.
Somehow Ryan Preece made it through in the 47.
Now watch Stenhouse here. He sees a small, tiny gap that really wasn't there.
Kevin Harvick also involved.
Kevin Harvick to the infield.
That sucks for him.
Kyle Larson, his buddy, by the way, Kyle Larson.
Keselowski involved. He got spun out by Ty Dillon. William Byron made it through, along with Daniel Suarez.
The blue car, Stenhouse.
Jamie McMurray in the 40. Yeah, so Kyle Busch can't be happy about that. He was out front
He just drives right through.
thinking, I'm going to win this race. I'm out ahead with about 5 to go. But
He missed that.
once again, another wreck, another caution.
Don't count him out. That left rear, they did a nice job fixing the left rear damage from that previous wreck.
What did young William have to say?
Good gracious, we still got a chance, man. Tires are good, right? I think so, yeah. They're fine.
I like to look at the back of that car.
Days of Thunder right
Where the
there.
hell's Jimmy Johnson at?
Line two.
Is he still in this? He should be.
I'm reminded of a day at Talladega.
They did say, however, he was in the last wreck, but
Childress along with Dale Earnhardt.
no one said anything about him,
Back to the pit.
whether he's still in it or not.
Comes through the pits for CBS.
Johnson is in 9th place. Jimmy Johnson is in 9th place.
His best
Awesome.
to win this race.
So Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Michael McDowell, Joe Logano, Clint Boyer, Ryan Preece, William Byron, Ty Dillon, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott. And he couldn't have anybody better behind him than Chase Elliott. And in front of him with William Byron, if they all want to work together. Bowman in 14th as well. So all 4 Hendricks are still in the race with 4 to go. It's going to be a wild race to the finish. Everybody's going to be Newman with some sparks, left front tire.
Here's some audio.
Everybody going to be battling towards the front, and we'll probably get another wreck, to be honest with you, because everybody's going to want to win this Daytona 500 here this afternoon.
Tell runs at all on my left. But you got to tell me whether or not which one I got to be in front of.
Yeah, typically that's
So the wreck Johnson was involved in on pit road a while ago, somewhat lucked out because there's been about 4 wrecks since then. So in that time frame, that time period, he was able to get back up in the top 10. So Kyle Busch in first, Hamlin in second, 4 to go. they're still cleaning some stuff up. And some cars are on pit road getting worked on. So WWE Elimination Chamber will be kicking off here very, very shortly. I'll turn that on once this race is officially over. So if you're tuning in and waiting for my live reactions play of WWE Elimination Chamber, you're going to have to wait just a tad bit longer. But so far, Buddy Murphy retained on the kickoff show versus Akira Tozawa. So he is still your Cruiserweight champion on 205 live. Lauder X this afternoon. Lauder X, there was the big one last week in the Clash. There really wasn't any in the Doles on Thursday. And then Friday night, the truck race. That damn thing wouldn't end. Same thing that's happening right now. Everybody racing for the win. And then yesterday, the Xfinity race was pretty good as well. Not a whole lot in that, but today, 11 cautions. About half of those in the past 30 to 50 laps. And now we have 3 to go with Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin still out front, 2 Joe Gibbs cars. If Chase Elliott wins at Hooters, you will get 10 free boneless wings when you buy any 10 at Hooters. And then also at Hooters, you get free fried pickles after a top 10 finish the very next day on a Monday if Chase Elliott finishes in the top 10. So he's in 12th right now. If you want to go to Hooters, get some free fried pickles, you're hoping he finishes in the top 10. Johnson in 14th position now. I don't believe he's even on the track, to be honest with you. I think there's only about 12 cars out there. Now there's Johnson. He's out there. There's more than 12 cars out there. I thought there was more officially out of the race after all these wrecks this late, but I guess not. So somebody's trying to go to the pits. That looks like it's Ryan Newman in the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile number 6. 3 to go. Pace cars on pit road. Green flag. Green flag with 3 to go. Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin out front. Followed by Michael McDowell, Joe Logano, and Clint Boyer. William Byron also there with Ryan Preece and Chase Elliott with Brad Keselowski, Jimmy McMurray, and Jimmy Johnson. Kyle Busch on the inside, 2 to go. Denny Hamlin, they say, takes the lead. He has him by a hair up top. Kyle Busch gets the lead back on the inside on the bottom. And Boyer just got turned around by Michael McDowell. So another wreck, another caution. We will go to overtime in the Daytona 500. So Boyer got into Chase Elliott. Boyer with Elliott there. William Byron in the grass along with Jimmy McMurray. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, though, somehow are still out front, and Hamlin is in the lead. So Hamlin, Busch, Logano, McDowell, Ryan Preece, number 47, along with Ty Dillon, and then Jimmy Johnson in lucky number 7, followed by Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, and now Clint Boyer. So going to be going to overtime in the 61st running of the Great American Race, the 2019 Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski involved in that, along with Ryan Newman. Let's see what the opening contest is, though, for WWE Elimination Chamber. Actually, they're showing the opening video package for Elimination Chamber, where the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships will be defended for the first time here this evening. So Elimination Chamber is brought to you by Fighting With My Family. the movie based on Paige's life. That'll be in theaters this Friday. So Elimination Chamber, Houston, Texas. There's the WrestleMania sign. There's WrestleMania 35 is Sunday, April 7th, East Rutherford, New Jersey at MetLife Stadium. So for the 23rd time in WWE history, there will be an Elimination Chamber match. So from what I've heard, the women's match will be the main event. So the WWE Championship will be on the line here first, it looks like, because the chamber is already set in stone.
The following is the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Women's.
No, the women's tag team championships will be on the line to kick off the show. It looks like the main event will be the WWE Championship match. So 2 tag teams will start. The other 4 teams will be inside the pods until they enter. And we'll get a winner at the end via pinfall or submission. NASCAR, though, overtime after another wreck. So still under yellow flag. Still under caution. There's Hamlin and Kyle Busch. They're actually showing the replay from a moment ago. So we'll be getting underway here very, very shortly with Elimination Chamber. I'll turn that on once this race gets over with. Yeah, so Johnson somehow got through that as well. Very lucky. If he wins this race, I'll be so damn happy. He won the Clash last week. I was happy about that. He did not win a race at all last season. First time ever in his career that he did not win at least one race during the year.
The 20, Eric Jones. Shoots.
Well, he did just thread the needle there. Barely made it through.
Let's ride along.
Oh man, the gates just parted. I mean, everything opened up. He went right through.
Yeah, Eric Jones got through that as well.
This Eric Jones right now showed a 20th
Back
position.
bumpers all tore up though, all taped up from his previous wrecks earlier. So Johnson now in 10th position. Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Joe Logano, Michael McDowell, who caused that wreck. Ryan Preece, he sent Boyer into a couple other drivers, including Chase Elliott. So Preece in 5th, Ty Dillon 6th, Eric Jones 7th, Kyle Larson is 8th, Brad Keselowski 9th, and then Jimmy Johnson rounds out the top 10 at 10. So last 3 Daytona 500 finishes, 2016. Hamlin defeated Truex Jr. by a hair. 17, Kurt Busch won, and then last year Austin Dillon won after a wreck on turn 4 on the final lap.
And here is Austin Dillon putting the bumper to Eric Almirola 1 year ago. As I said in the pre-race, you wave that white flag, toss the rule book out the window, you do what you gotta do.
You know what they all had in common? They led one lap. The last one.
Now, as we go into, this is our second.
The last 3 winners have only led 1 lap
Larry, you know,
the entire race.
fuel, 160,
So whoever has not led here today
How are these guys on
will
fuel?
try to make that 4 in a row.
Yep, Jeff. I mean,
NASCAR overtime in the 2019 Daytona 500 WWE Elimination Chamber. Also on tonight. I'll get to that here in a second once this race gets done and over with, so stay tuned. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below.
They are probably right there, Larry. And I ask you one more question. What about the 11, though? They had that fueling issue earlier. Do we know if they've resolved that? Is he getting it full of fuel?
It came on with about 25 laps to go. They're under caution, and now about an hour later, we're just entering overtime. So it just shows you how long the last few laps of a race can be, with 4 to 5, 6 cautions in the final 25-30 laps.
About it for 30 laps to plan exactly where and how he would win that race.
Oh, it was textbook. I mean, it gets a little side draft right here off his team, off of the 10 car. And then he just shoots to the bottom. The 12 gives him a shove. That little shove got him the momentum he needed to come up in front of Clint Boyer, and they couldn't catch him. Now, I don't know if that'll work tonight, but it might.
Well, the difference, they were any cautions coming. Now that we have these side-by-side restarts, I just don't think that he can plan it out quite that well. We don't have the patience to be able to do that. That push is going to have to come from behind, though.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a bumper shoot right there on the left rear, so that's going to hurt him too.
Jeff, why did he make that move exactly where on the track he made it?
I love that area to make a move, and I'll tell you why, Mike. As you come into the tri-oval, the driver in front of you he's looking in front of him, he's looking in his mirror, looking in front of him, looking in his mirror. But as you come off of that tri-oval, you have to prevent yourself.
Looks like we'll be going to green the next time around.
Unwind the steering wheel. That's when you pounce, you make that move.
NASCAR overtime. They will.
That's exactly what happened with Eric Almirola.
What is it?
But it was
2 laps?
I didn't see that coming. It was like a surprise. I mean, all
If
of a sudden, Logano was jumping out, and here he comes. And
the leader gets to the white line on the backstretch on the final of those 2 laps, whether there's a caution or not after, the race will be over. Red flag now. In overtime, they stop the cars on the backstretch once again. So they're still trying to get everything cleaned up after that latest crash.
The race when no one wanted to pull out and pass. Tonight is the race when no one seems to be able to find the finish line.
Yeah.
And here are some of the reasons why.
There's been 11 wrecks today. The race has been going on for about 4 hours now. So Elimination Chamber, the 2 tag teams that were supposed to start the match were Fire and Desire and the Boston Hug Connection. So the Riot Squad, they're in their pod. Nia and Tamina, they're entering their pod. There's the Iconics as well. The other tag team in this match here tonight is Naomi and Carmella. Are they in their pods already? They must be. Okay, yeah, so Fire and Desire, Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville, and Bayley and Sasha Banks will start the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships to begin WWE Elimination Chamber 2019. So they're still reviewing everything that has happened so far today in the Daytona 500. With the latest wreck that just happened, McDowell got into Boyer and he took a couple cars out behind him. So Hamlin, Bush, Logano, and McDowell are your top 4. There's Boyer's car on pit road. They're backing that up. And now there's only about 15 cars going to be battling that out for the checkered flag, as they're all once again at a standstill on the backstretch. So a red flag once again in the Daytona 500 race. Hopefully will officially conclude here within the next couple minutes.
Mike, what time do you and I do that hit this morning? Fox and Friends about 7:30, wasn't it? What time is it?
12 hours ago.
It's been a 12-hour day.
But look at the grandstand. Everybody's still here.
Oh, yeah,
Waiting to settle this one out, Coach Gibbs, with his 2 cars out front and a crowd of 100,000 waiting to
Cars are at a standstill coming off turn 4. They're going to take another commercial break. So hopefully once they come back, we'll get back to the action. This race does not want to end. There's nothing wrong with that, but when I have Elimination Chamber also on and I want to do live reactions play of that, I would really like this race to get done and over with. Dale Earnhardt commercial. Wrangler. Oh, it's Goodyear, excuse me. Another sponsor of his late dad, Dale Earnhardt Sr., and of the NASCAR. So, Ford commercial. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch are your top two in the 500 today. Quarter after 7 here on the East Coast. And Bailey and Sasha are officially now in the ring inside the chamber. So the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match will get started here with the next couple seconds. Boston Hug connection of Bailey and Sasha versus Fire and Desire, Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville will start off after they lost those qualifying matches these past couple weeks on Raw and SmackDown. So they will begin. The bell rings. Naomi and Carmella are in one pod. The Ruby Riott squad, minus Ruby Riott, she is in a match versus Ronda Rousey for the Raw Women's Championship later on tonight. They're in another pod. So Naomi and Carmella, the Riott squad of Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan. Then the Iconics, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay. And then Nia Jax and Tamina are also in another pod. So match officially underway. Drop kick from Sasha to Sonya Deville. Go back to the NASCAR race. Hopefully they're back from commercial. They are. Yeah, so Atlanta, then they go to Vegas, then Phoenix, then Auto Club. So I was technically right there. I knew the 3 races, just didn't have them in the right order. So Atlanta next week, then Vegas, then Phoenix, then Auto Club out in Southern California. So there's Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Jeff Gordon up in the booth for NASCAR on Fox. We'll have NASCAR overtime here in the Daytona 500.
I think that little bit of a lead he had down the back is just what he needed to win this race. But Michael McDowell, who's having a heck of a run, could be the spoiler in this whole thing. But Mike, I've been all warmed up for a finish, and I had to wait. So then I got all warmed up for a finish, and then I had to wait.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have a finish this time.
Hopefully.
I don't know, Jeff. I can't pick a winner out of this. Kyle Busch is very, very strong. So is Denny Hamlin. They both know how to win here. Hamlin's a former champion of the Daytona 500. Joey Logano's had the fastest car all week. I wonder what the odds on Ryan Preece were. There he sits in 5th place. It's still anybody's race.
It really is. I mean, I look at Denny Hamlin right now. He's going to probably take that inside position like his teammate.
There's the Daytona 500 trophy. That the winner, whoever it'll be, will lift up once they're in victory lane.
We've seen what he's been able to do.
Don't you think Joey will be pushing a little harder than Michael McDowell? Yes, no, maybe?
I think Joey is very confident on these types of tracks and is more aggressive. Michael McDowell's done a phenomenal job getting himself into this.
Still under red flag. Still under red flag as the cars are still at a standstill just off turn 4. There's Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Logano, Preece, McDowell, their top 5. And there's only a couple other cars behind them that are still in this race after all these wrecks. Not really missing much, I don't believe, in the first ever Women's Tag Team Championship match. So we're just going to keep this on, as I said, until this gets over, whether it's going to be in the next couple minutes or an hour from now. Then I'll turn on WWE Elimination Chamber. So thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe to myself, Cohan Luke 96, and Gridiron Ring on social media. The links are in the description below. The little thumbs up button if you think I'm doing a good job. Also, be sure to share this on social media. And if you have chat questions or comments, let me know in the chat.
Denny Hamlin, who grew up in the grandstands at Richmond Fairgrounds Raceway, hoping for a chance to someday race here. And 7-year-old Denny Hamlin wrote a letter to himself saying, I want to win the 500 at Daytona. He specified the year, the paint job, and who his crew would be. And his dream came true, at least once so far. Matt?
Mike, the landscape certainly has changed for Joey Logano now. Instead of a whole host of Fords around him. Now it's a mixed bag of manufacturers. So has TJ been able to kind of get an idea of the damaged cars or the severity of the damage around that might help Joey?
Yeah, it's pretty thin out there on quality cars at this point. No damage, so we got a little bit, but we're in pretty good shape and pretty good speed coming to that one. It'd be interesting to see what Joey can do.
Next time.
Toyotas, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch. Fords, Joey Logano, the 22, the 34, Michael McDowell. You're on board with the Chevrolet of Ryan Preece, and next to him, Ty Dillon. There's that damage you talked about.
Yeah,
Joe.
just below that pinwheel sign right there. That quarter panel is bulging out pretty far. I don't know if that hurt him or not. I know it hurt him a little bit.
I think they're in such a tight draft, and everybody's pushing so much. I don't think it's going to have any effect on Joey Logano's ability of whether he has speed.
There's Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Ryan Newman. They're still involved in the race, even after all of these wrecks. So, red flag. Hopefully we can get back to the racing here very, very shortly. Todd Gordon, the crew chief for Joey Logano, just got interviewed. Now, Chris Gabehart, the crew chief for Denny Hamlin, is getting interviewed by Fox.
There's a reason why. It's either going to work out or it's not, but I feel pretty good about FedEx Toyota Camry right now.
Good luck. Thanks, Chris.
Calm, cool, and collected.
That's a cool guy right there. It'll do whatever happens, happens.
Well, yeah, he's done his job. He's like, Denny, I put you in position to win the Daytona 500. The rest is up to you.
Denny Hamlin is your race leader, the 2016 winner. Kyle Busch in second, the number 18 Toyota. Joey Logano third, the number 22 Ford. On the outside of the second row is
Yeah, no shit he's going 0 miles per hour because he's sitting still.
As we walk it back,
So, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Logano, McDowell, Ryan Preece,
JTG Doherty Racing.
Ty Dillon.
7 alongside him, Ty Dillon, whose brother
There's Eric Jones, Kyle Larson.
Eric Jones in his number 20 Toyota. Kyle Larson, despite bringing out that caution and the damage, he is 8th in a Chevy. Alex Bowman's number 88 Chevrolet.
And then Bowman, Kurt Busch, as I said, Jimmy Johnson, and Ryan Newman are also back there.
This week, including getting the left rear of his car ripped off on the entrance to pit road by a spinning car. Jimmy is
That seems like forever ago now.
right behind him is,
About
I think,
almost 2 hours ago, I'd say.
of the day.
Ross Chastain behind him.
Florida watermelon man, they call him. He's in that business. He had a ride lined up in the Xfinity Series for the whole season. It was his dream. He was on top of the world until his sponsor had problems with the government, filed bankruptcy, and the team shut down. He lost that ride. He picked up this ride for the 500, and there's Ross Chastain in 11th place.
Look at it's in pristine condition. Ross Chastain has done one heck of a job today. Keep it going, buddy.
Hey guys, this thing ain't over with.
No, it's not. Something's going to happen.
Now also on the lead lap, the Fords of
Cars that have not been involved in wrecks this afternoon: Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, and Ross Chastain. So, Mandy Rose and Sonny DeVille, Fire and Desire, have Bailey up in the corner. Now the Riot Squad also in the match. Superplex from the corner, and they take Bailey. They take everyone out, including themselves. So the 5 women that are in the ring: Bailey, the Riot Squad, Sarah Logan, and Liv Morgan, along with Fire and Desire, Mandy Rose and Sonny DeVille, are all down. But the clock to have the next pod open is now at 2:10. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Naomi and Carmella, Nia Jax, Tamina, or the Iconics? It's going to be the Iconics, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay. They enter the Elimination Chamber match, and they cover one. They're trying to pin and cover everybody so they can get them eliminated. Now a cover on Bailey, 1-2 kick out. Everybody kicked out. Peyton Royce looking good. So commercial break for the NASCAR's Daytona 500. Still under red flag. NASCAR overtime. Only about 15 cars remaining in the race after a shit ton of wrecks this afternoon. So hopefully we'll get back to the action and crown a winner. I really don't know what else to say. I've been repeating myself for the past half hour. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching. You have chat questions or comments, let me know in the chat. Like, follow, and subscribe to Gridiron Ring and myself, Cool Hand Luke 96, on social media. The links are in the description below. The little thumbs up button to like this live reaction stream. Hit the little share button to share it with friends and family. And then hit the little subscribe button as well. So you will be subscribed to Gridiron Ring right here on YouTube, so you can be one of the first to get notifications whenever new content is published. Be sure to keep an eye out for my WWE thoughts and opinions following the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view here this week, plus my WWE Monday Night Raw and SmackDown Live recap from tomorrow and this upcoming Tuesday. So keep an eye out for both of those videos this upcoming week.
I was so embarrassed about paying too much for a used car, I went into hiding in this undisclosed location. That used car website had the price all wrong.
Carfax has a better way. At Carfax.com, you get the most accurate price based on the Carfax report, so you never have to overpay on a used car again.
Dad, time for dinner. Okay, champ.
Stop the shame of overpaying and start your used car
There's
search
the
today at the all-new Carfax.
Foxy Fox, Alicia Fox, the Car Fox, Daytona 500 facts. First race was back in 1959, and Richard Petty's dad, Lee Petty, won. Most wins, 7 all-time by Richard Petty. Most attempts without a win was 33. The oldest winner was Bobby Allison at 50. Youngest winner a couple years ago, back in 2011, Trevor Bayne at 20. 2 U.S. presidents were grand marshals, and Pro Football Hall of Fame honorary starters. We've had 8 of those, including Terry Bradshaw. The wave is currently going on when the red flag is out here still in the Daytona 500. So still under red flag with Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch out front now at the yellow flag. We're under caution, back to the action. Hopefully we'll go green here very, very shortly. So your top 10 in the 61st running, the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Joe Logano, Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece, Ty Dillon, Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Ryan Newman, and Alex Bowman. They are your top 10. Somebody's going to win this race. I don't know who it's going to be, though. Hamlin's been good all day. Same thing with Kyle Busch. Logano's been fast all week. Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece surprising everybody as well. Ty Dillon up there. His brother Austin won last year. Eric Jones, he won the Daytona race last summer. Kyle Larson, somehow still in it, along with Ryan Newman and Alex Bowman from Hendrick Motorsports. So back to yellow. We're under caution after the 11th caution a short time ago now. We've been under red flag for about 10 minutes. WWE Elimination Chamber is also going on, so the women's tag team match opened the show. I'll get back to that once this match, once this race, gets over with, and then we'll turn that on and just watch Elimination Chamber the rest of the evening. So thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below.
No, they leave it up to the crew chiefs. That's what they usually do.
Jeff Darrow, you've both been part of multi-car teams. You know there's no one you'd rather beat than your teammate, because you know he has exactly the same opportunity and equipment that you do.
Yeah, we had one rule. Just don't wreck your teammate.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, they're great to have in a race like this where you can work together and keep yourself out of trouble, keep yourself up front, give yourself a chance to win. But what I'm saying, yourself. So at the end, it comes down to yourself.
Larry Mack, is that notebook of trims all burn up spontaneous combust tonight?
Well, yeah, I've already put it away for the night, but just going back to teammates, I know working for Richard Childress Racing for 4 years with 2 car
race, every man for himself. Don't rank your teammate, but every man for himself.
But fellas, there's only 2 cars of each make in the first 3 rows, and there are 3 lanes of racetrack.
And there's not a lot of laps to go.
Well, and we just saw what a great run that Clint Boyer got on 2 cars that were side by side when they got stalled out. The 34
6
McDowell,
Chevys in the top 11, followed by 3 Toyotas and 2 Fords. Hamlin and Kyle Busch are your top 2, followed by Joe Logano, Michael McDowell, and Ryan Preece, who is a rookie racing in his first Daytona 500 here this afternoon.
Well, you don't know how many more of these we could get into.
So still under caution, yellow flag, NASCAR overtime. I believe it's 2 laps. They'll run 1 lap, and then if the leader gets past the yellow line, or the white line, excuse me, on the backstretch, if there's a caution or whatnot after that, doesn't matter. The next flag will end the race, whether it's a caution, the checkered flag, or whatnot. So, yeah, 2 laps to go in NASCAR overtime. We'll be going green here very, very shortly. Hamlin and Kyle Busch, your top 2 once again.
He said if we go right to the parking lot, he's going with us. So far, good to know. Joey looked at the mirror and said,
Looking for any help they can possibly find out.
Your friends are where you find them.
That's right. And sometimes it's the one you least expect in the closing laps of this race.
Steven Stills, love them on your win.
That's right.
Help me, help you. That's kind of a good rule.
Well, unfortunately, right now for Joey Logano, the 13 of Ty Dillon is in the outside lane, so I'm just not so sure he can get there. His best friend right now is the guy we've been talking about with our visor camera, Ryan Preece.
When at 22, when he made all his good moves, they were on the outside. I mean, he passed a lot of cars on the outside.
Joey Logano racing against former teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing on the front row. 2 Toyotas, 2 Fords, 2 Chevrolets, and then 8 more lead lap cars to settle this.
What I say is the real motivator here is for Joey Logano, knowing he got his break at
We're going green. We're going green this next time around.
Love to spoil this day for them.
2 laps to go.
Pace car on pit road. We got 2 laps to go in the Daytona 500. NASCAR overtime. Hamlin and Kyle Busch will lead the field, followed by Logano, McDowell, and Preece. 2 to go. Under, or back to green, so Hamlin in the lead.
Well, that outside lane is not organized as well as the inside lane, so I think it is going to work. Here comes Joey Logano with that big push to the rear bumper of the 18. Watch the run that Kyle Busch is going to get on his teammate.
Logano needs some help. You got to have somebody up there push him a little bit to get him out of these guys, get him up to him.
Busch stays in line. Here comes help from Preece.
You know, 22.
Preece helping out with Joey Logano. Logano in third, right on the tail bumper of Kyle Busch. Hamlin still in the lead though.
Trying to make a move on his teammate Denny Hamlin. He's going to wait.
Jimmy Johnson in 7th in the number 48 Ally Financial Chevy. 1 lap to go, Denny Hamlin in the lead.
Yankees chasing Hamlin and Busch.
Logano just got past Kyle Busch. He's going for it. He's going to try to pass Hamlin. White flag. Half a lap to go now.
Logano and Preece grew up together at the quarter midget tracks in Connecticut.
Hamlin, I believe, just passed the white line, so next flag will end the race. They enter turn 4. Hamlin, followed by Kyle Busch, Joe Logano. Denny Hamlin will win the 2019 Daytona 500. Jimmy Johnson with a top 10 finish at 9th. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, Joe Logano, Michael McDowell, Ty Dillon, Kyle Larson, Ryan Preece, Jimmy Johnson, and Ross Chastain are your top 10 in the 2019 Daytona 500. So congrats to Denny Hamlin and Joe Gibbs Racing. Denny Hamlin wins his first race since 2017, the Southern 500 at Darlington. Big win for Joe Gibbs Racing and Denny Hamlin. Joe Gibbs, his son J.D. Gibbs, just passed away a couple months ago, and they actually honored him on lap 11 at the start of the race because Denny Hamlin drives number 11. So there's the coach, Joe Gibbs. Congrats to Joe Gibbs Racing and Denny Hamlin. They win the 2019, the 61st running of the Daytona 500.
What happened right here? JD's name is on that car. That's his number 11 with Denny. He found Denny. I'm just saying, what happened here is emotional for all of us, the family. This is Jackson. Denny racing like he did right there is just unbelievable. I'm emotionally shot. This is
What's it mean, Joe, that-
grandkids here. I'm just saying, what happened here?
Denny Hamlin with some burnouts.
And I'm just
Obviously, that came from up above.
JD had the best view of everything. It's really an unbelievable experience. I don't know how to put it in any other words. I just thank the Lord for letting us be a part of this.
So Denny Hamlin, second 500 victory in his career,
People will go to
second in the past 4 years.
JDGibbsLegacy.com and see that.
jdgibbslegacy.com. Go check it out.
Congratulations, Joe. Coach Gibbs talking about
Joe Gibbs is really speechless a little bit.
team president
Denny Hamlin celebrating in the number 11
Denny Hamlin.
FedEx Toyota Camry.
Fueling victories all season long.
WWE Elimination Chamber, though, as the Daytona 500 is now officially in the books. Around 7:30 here on the East Coast. Bailey and Sasha still in the match, along with Nia and Tamina. Riot Squad also still involved. It looks like Naomi and Carmella and the Iconics have been eliminated. There's Fire and Desire. Yeah, so I guess Naomi and Carmella are done, along with the Iconics, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay. So, yeah, WWE Elimination Chamber now. I'll be watching this the rest of the night until that gets over with. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. Chat questions and comments, always greatly appreciated. Drop those in the chat.
Beginning to dominate Banks and Bailey.
That family mentality definitely keeps the Riot Squad looking strong.
Sasha with a reversal and Mandy Rose.
By Bailey. Here's the double team.
Bailey gonna have Sonya.
Watch DeVille.
No. She just threw Sonya Deville into the top turnbuckle. Bailey and Sasha working together. They're teammates, so they're going to try to take out Fire and Desire, Sonya Deville, and Mandy Rose. I picked Bailey and Sasha in this match in my predictions. Hopefully you guys check that video out.
Bailey and Sasha see an opportunity.
Sasha now with a double knee to the midsection of Sonya Deville. Cover. Sasha 1-2 kick out on Sonya. Bailey gonna go for a cover on Mandy. No. Now Tamina and Nia Jax take out Sasha and Bailey. They're standing tall at this very second. Thank you guys once again for tuning in and watching my WWE Elimination Chamber live reactions play. Like, follow, and subscribe to Gridiron Ring and myself, Cool Hand Luke 96 on social media. The links are in the description below. Hit the little thumbs up button, share this, subscribe, hit the little subscribe button. And then, as always, as I said, chat questions and comments, always greatly appreciated. Drop those in the chat below. Nia with a clothesline on Mandy Rose, threw her into the chamber. Now, Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan from up top, from the pod, take out Nia and Tamina. Sarah Logan with a pin on Sonya Deville, 1-2 kick out.
A pretty incredible match here tonight to crown the first ever women's tag team champion. With this, you mentioned high risk. It doesn't get much higher than this. Sacrificing their own safety and well-being
Liv Morgan going up top once again on top of the pod. Nia grabs her foot. Nia going to go for a Samoan drop, it looks like, off the middle rope in the corner on Liv Morgan. That's exactly what she does. Why don't you cover? Tamina now going to go for a splash. Tribute to her dad. And takes out both Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan. 1, 2, 3. Tamina pins Sarah Logan and Liv Morgan. They are eliminated. The three final teams, as Fire and Desire are also still left. Nia and Tamina, Mandy and Bailey, and Fire and Desire, Sonya and Mandy are still left. Sasha with a pin, 1, 2. Nia picks up Sasha, gonna throw her down. Actually gonna throw her on top of Sonya Deville. So Sarah Logan and Liv Morgan leave the Elimination Chamber. And Nia Jax has Bailey, picks her up, throws her on the chamber. Nia telling Bailey to stand up. Nia's probably going to go through the one pod. Bailey's going to move. Yep, that's exactly what just happened. I saw that coming from a mile away. Nia Jax is out cold now in the pod. She went right through it after trying to take out Bailey. Here's a replay. And I'm surprised the whole Elimination Chamber didn't fall down.
This has totally changed the complexion of the matchup. And Tamina's left all on her own if these teams know what's good for them. Unfamiliar sight on the face of Tamina. Look at concern.
So, Michael Cole, Corey Graves, and Renee Young on commentary. Tamina getting attacked by Sonya Deville and Mandy Rose. Sasha and Bailey also in on this. They're going to take out Tamina and Nia and then battle it out for the titles. Bailey, elbow drop from the top. Cover, everybody's covering Tamina. Fire and Desire and the Boston Hug Connection eliminate Tamina and Nia Jax. So Nia coming back to life. However, her and Tamina have been eliminated. So final two teams in the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match. Fire and Desire, Sonya Deville and Mandy Rose, and the Boston Hug Connection of Bailey and Sasha Banks. Yes chants from the Houston crowd. And Corey Graves with a comment saying that his daughters are glued to the TV. I'll get more into that here in a second. But no, hey, goodbye chants from the crowd towards Nia and Tamina. And these final two teams, Fire and Desire and the Boston Hug Connection, are going to battle it out for the championships. Sasha with Sonya, Bailey with Mandy. And once again, like I said, I picked the Boston Hug Connection of Bailey and Sasha Banks to win the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championships here tonight at WWE Elimination Chamber. However, I would not be shocked or surprised or unhappy if Fire and Desire won. I wouldn't mind that whatsoever. But with Bailey and Sasha being on Raw, I think they'd want to have these titles on Raw for the time being. And then I said in my predictions, maybe have a tag team match at WrestleMania versus Trish Stratus and Lita. Sonya Deville with a roll-up on Sasha. 1, 2, Bailey with a knee. Bang statement on Sonya. Bailey to belly, Bailey to Sonya, cover. 1, 2, kick out. Mandy breaks it up, but Sonya kicked out a little bit right before it. Now a little bit of a glitch from the WWE Network. Okay, we're back to the live action now. Sasha and Bayley were that close to winning the first ever WWE Women's Championships.
Sasha with a look of disbelief. She hit the backstabber. Bayley hit the belly to belly. And nonetheless,
All four women down in the ring. They're just sitting there looking at each other.
to survive. Look at this. Great teamwork by both Banks and Bayley. They thought they could feel the titles around them.
Match kicked off the show, so we're about 45 minutes in after the video package and all the entrances. Network freezing up on me here real quick for some reason. I don't know why, but then it connects it right back. So
Possible second, Mandy Rose saves the situation.
Mandy climbing up the chamber.
Sasha Banks.
She kicks Sasha Banks away. Bayley climbing up the other side of the pod. It looks like they'll both be on top of the one pod, and they'll take each other out one way or another, and Sasha will probably cover Sonya to win. Sasha actually going to climb up there now too. Sonya Deville will also get up there more than likely now, and they'll jump off, take each other out off the top of the pod.
I'd love to remind people, Sasha Banks kicked Bayley in this same situation. It's exactly gonna do it again. She's gonna do it again. And look at now, Sasha.
So Bayley and Sasha up top on the pod. They got Mandy up there as well. They're gonna. Oh my God.
Mandy bounced off the pod.
They're gonna toss Mandy from the top?
They're gonna throw Mandy Rose off the top of the pod. It looks like. Inside the Elimination Chamber. Freezing up on me once again for some reason. So Elimination Chamber is the first pay-per-view since the Royal Rumble a couple weeks ago. Seth frickin' Rollins and the man Becky Lynch won their respective Rumble matches. Sonya Deville now climbing up the chamber to try to get on top of the pod. Mandy fighting back against Bayley and Sasha. Bayley trying to kick Sonya off the chamber. She successfully does. Mandy takes out Bayley. She falls down. And now a spear from Sonya to Bayley right to the post of the pod. Spine first. That had to hurt. Bayley hasn't moved. She's just sitting there. Hopefully she's not paralyzed. That had to hurt. She's fine. She's just sitting there, acting like she's sleeping. Sasha taken out. Sonya. Here comes Mandy. Hair first on Sasha into the pod. Mandy going for a pin on Sasha Banks. Now, Mandy with her signature move cover, 1-2 kick out by Sasha Banks. Mandy with another cover on Sasha, 1-2 kick out. Bayley's going to come off the top turnbuckle or the top of the pod and take out both Mandy and Sonya, I bet. Sasha just got driven in shoulder first into the ring post by Mandy Rose. Sonya and Mandy working Sasha Banks. Now Sonya accidentally takes out Mandy after Sasha moves. So those three women down in the ring. Bayley still sitting in the corner, I believe. She hasn't been heard from, and yeah, she's still sitting there after being taken out a moment ago. Sasha now, bank statement on Sonya Deville. Will she tap? Sonya Deville taps. Bayley and Sasha Banks, the Boston Hug Connection, win the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championships here tonight at WWE Elimination Chamber. So I'm 2 for 2 so far tonight. I picked Buddy Murphy to win over Akira Tozawa to retain the Cruiserweight Championship, and I successfully just picked Bayley and Sasha Banks to win the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championships here tonight at Elimination Chamber. So 2 for 2 so far tonight for my Elimination Chamber predictions.
Sasha Banks with an unbelievable, powerful, different way to apply her submission.
Also have another Elimination Chamber match later on. More than likely going to be the main event. The WWE Championship will be on the line inside the chamber. Daniel Bryan will be defending versus Kofi Kingston, Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles. So Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush in a 2-on-1 handicap match for the Intercontinental Championship versus Finn Balor. Co-besties, the best tag team in the world, Shane McMahon and The Miz, Shane O'Mac, and Mike Mizanin. They'll be defending versus the Usos. The SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships, that is. Ronda Rousey versus Ruby Riott, Raw Women's Championship. No disqualification match, Braun Strowman and Baron Corbin. So only another 1, 2, 3, 4, only 5 more matches. So Elimination Chamber probably going to be over by 10:30, I would say at the latest. No Universal title match, no Raw Tag, no SmackDown Live Women's Championship match, or a United States Championship match here tonight at Elimination Chamber. Charlie Caruso inside the ring in the Elimination Chamber interviewing Bayley and Sasha Banks. Bayley says she doesn't know what to say. You deserve it chants from the crowd. Yes, they do, but they're two of the most overrated superstars in the WWE, in my opinion. They're just fan favorites is what they are. You deserve it chants from the crowd. A lot of boss and hug connection, boss and hug signs from the crowd. So Sasha, loss of words. 10 till 8 here on the East Coast. So finally the WWE has Women's Tag Team Championships. The question will be, are they going to be defended on both Raw and SmackDown, or only going to be on Raw now? Or what are they going to do with them, because Bayley and Sasha are on Monday Night Raw? I had said in my predictions, I said a moment ago, I think they were going to win, because I think at WrestleMania we're going to be getting a match between them, the Boss and Hug Connection of Bayley and Sasha Banks versus Trish Stratus and Lita. They'll bring those two legends back and have a match at Mania. Maybe they'll come out here tonight at Elimination Chamber. We'll have to find out and see. But Charlie Caruso still interviewing Bayley and Sasha as they hoist those titles above their head. So congrats to them. They'll cut to a very, very long video package advertising the network, probably the matches later on tonight and whatnot, so they can get this chamber back up in the air, so they can have the other matches just inside the ring, because there's only 2 chamber matches, this and the WWE Championship match later on tonight. Beth Phoenix also in commentary right now for WWE.
Congratulations to Bayley and Sasha Banks. Your first ever WWE.
So Bayley and Sasha Banks, the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. Nice shot of them entering or leaving the chamber, with the WrestleMania sign behind them. So I believe this is a WWE shop commercial. WWE shop tonight only. Buy one t-shirt, get one for $1. They've had that deal forever. WWE Elimination Chamber in Houston. So Tom Phillips on the call now. It looks like we'll be having a SmackDown Live match coming up next. So there's Tom Phillips, Byron Saxton, and the savior of misbehavior, Corey Graves. Let's give him a round of applause. So SmackDown match coming up next. And it's either going to be the WWE Championship match, which I highly doubt, or the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships on the line. The Miz and Shane McMahon versus the Usos. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. And there is a still picture of Jimmy Uso, who had the right to remain silent the other day, posted bail, and he is in Houston tonight for Elimination Chamber. So we'll have to see if WWE moves forward with, because the rumors were the Usos were going to win here tonight. However, I picked the co-besties to win, to retain. They won these titles over the Bar at Royal Rumble. The Bar could get involved in this match tonight. We'll have to find out and see. And I said my predictions as well, because it broke when I was recording on Thursday that Jimmy Uso had been arrested in Detroit, and SmackDown Live was in Toledo this past week, Toledo, Ohio, so they more than likely drove to Detroit, flew back home to Florida, where they live. That's where they were arrested. He posted bail, like I said. WWE has had superstars win championships even after they've messed up in real life, so we'll have to find out and see what they decide to do, whether they're going to move forward with The Miz and Shane O'Mac still being SmackDown Live Tag Team Champions, or crown the Usos once again the Tag Team Champions in the WWE. So, video package just showing since the Royal Rumble, well, before the Royal Rumble, then the Royal Rumble, of Shane McMahon and The Miz teaming up for co-besties to have a tag team championship match versus the Bar at the Royal Rumble a couple weeks ago out in Phoenix, Arizona at Chase Field. And by the way, breaking news the other day as well in the WWE, they announced Houston will host the Royal Rumble next year, end of January 2020. So we'll have SmackDown Live that Friday night now, take over that Saturday, the Rumble Sunday, and Monday Night Raw the following night in Houston, Texas at the Toyota Center, where Elimination Chamber is taking place here tonight, and then Minute Maid Park, home of the Houston Astros, will host the Royal Rumble next season. So they show the Miz and Shano winning those titles at the Rumble, and then McMiz TV this past week on SmackDown with the Usos, and then later on that night, the next day, that's when Jimmy Uso was arrested. And the news broke about a day later that he was arrested and had posted bail. And then WWE came out and said Jonathan Patu, his real name, as the Usos are twin brothers, the sons of Rikishi, is responsible for his own actions. And they've been in trouble with the law before, along with a lot of other former and current WWE superstars. So sometimes they get buried, sometimes they get pushed right back to the top. So we'll have to find out and see what happens here tonight at Elimination Chamber. I picked The Miz and Shane McMahon to retain because the Usos, they stood tall. And I talked about all this in my predictions video, so go check it out if you wish. It's right here on Gridiron Ring's YouTube channel. Normally, if you stand tall on a go-home show, you end up losing at the following pay-per-view a couple days later. So we'll find out and see what happens, but here comes Miz, and then Shane McMahon will come out, and the Usos will come out. So awesome from the crowd. And there's the Miz. He's got a mic in his hand. He's probably going to say something like, let's introduce the other half, co-besties, Shane McMahon, and then he'll come out. And then, like I said, the Usos, and then we'll get the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championship match underway here tonight at Elimination Chamber. Before we get started, first and foremost, congrats to Sasha and Bayley. So some history being made at Elimination Chamber in the WWE here tonight. Miz dedicating this match to his father, George Mizanin, and his daughter, Monroe Sky. And Maurice is actually in the house. There's Maurice. Corey Graves, he might want to stay back.
We always said when we had a huge announcement that we would announce it right here in the WWE.
So a huge announcement coming from Miz and Maurice.
And tonight,
Is she pregnant again?
we got a really big announcement.
Really big announcement. Probably just the release date of Miz and Mrs. Season 2.
We're having another baby!
Maurice is pregnant once again. So they're going to have another baby.
It just keeps getting better. That is huge.
Corey Graves says it just keeps getting better. Hopefully it's not your kid, buddy. Yes chants from the crowd.
A new addition for the yes, I do still got it.
Miz says, yes, I still do got it.
To my unborn child, bring on Shane out. Let's get this started.
He says, let's bring Shane out. Let's get this started. So here comes the money. Here's Shane O'Mac. So congrats to Miz and Maurice once again. Ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. Talking money, cause you're talking no matter. Ching, bling, 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 cut the pipes. Dan, so stop it, shock it. Here comes the new kid on the block. Hold off, that's he's with the boss stops. He fucks him. On my own. Claim my own throne. My blood, call it homegrown. Tossed around. So bell rings. The next match is for the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships. The Miz and Shane McMahon will defend versus Jimmy and Jay Uso, the Usos. So Miz and Mrs., the TV show on USA Network, will also be coming back at the end of April as well. So they're in the ring. Usos will be coming out next. I wonder what type of reaction Jimmy Uso will be getting. So Carmella, has already been, she has already fought here tonight at Elimination Chamber, so I really didn't catch what Graves was saying about her, but there's rumors, there's reports out there that Corey Graves cheated on his wife with Carmella, so some shots being thrown here and there, but Uso, here come the Usos, Jimmy and Jay Uso. Down since day one-ish. Down since day one-ish. Yeah, so Jimmy and Jay Uso. Jimmy and his wife Naomi. Like I said, SmackDown was in Toledo this past week. Jimmy ended up getting arrested in Detroit. And he was allegedly drunk because the cop smelled booze once he got close to the car. Because Naomi was driving the wrong way down a one-way street. And then Jimmy Uso got out of the car when he wasn't supposed to. Because you pulled over, you're supposed to stay in the car. He got out for no reason, took his shirt off, and squared up like he wanted to fight the cop. So they arrested him. He posted bail. But Jimmy and Jay Uso, the Usos versus Shane McMahon and The Miz here tonight at Elimination Chamber for the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships. The Bar, I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, if they get involved, we'll find out and see. But there's your still picture of the championship belt from high up above. And bell will ring. Let's see who's going to start the match.
6 tag team titles or more that would join the New Age Outlaws, the Hardy Boys, the Hall of Famer Edge, and the Legend Christian, and of course the Hall of Fame tandem.
We'll probably be getting some chants. Maybe like 911 or who the hell knows. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching my live reactions for the play of WWE Elimination Chamber. The Miz is going to kick things off. So Uso chants from the crowd. And yeah, so they get things underway. Headlock. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. I'm CoolHandLuke96. You can follow me on Twitter at CoolHandLuke96. Yeah, so match is underway. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in and watching my live reactions play of Elimination Chamber in the WWE. So far, Buddy Murphy retained, and then Bayley and Sasha, they won the first ever Women's Tag Team Championships inside the Elimination Chamber. So like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. Chat questions and comments also greatly appreciated. So a tag, super kick, misses. Shane looks like he's going to tag himself in.
Just avoided disaster. Shane trying to
Miz says he's all right.
Miz a little bit. Such a bond that Shane and Miz have formed in a short amount of time.
So Uso chants from the crowd.
Breakthrough at the Royal Rumble event to help his friend Miz achieve his dream to impress his father and his family.
All right, so Miz and that's Jey Uso
Right through the face. Personally insulted that Shane
working together.
They truly are the best tag team in the world. They got the title for now to prove it, Byron. Am I the only one that found it funny that Miz's dad wasn't proud of him despite headlining a WrestleMania, being a world champion?
Shane tags in. So Shane O'Mac's in the match.
Shane McMahon.
Shane's going to go up top.
Already? Miz holding Jey in place. Jimmy trying to
So Jimmy going to get taken out by Shane O'Mac on the ring apron. Jey Uso roll-up pin on Shane. 1-2 kick out by Jey Uso.
I think Shane and Miz are very aware of how dangerous the Usos are. It's a smart strategy.
Miz tags himself in.
Back elbow there by Shane. Miz is legal. Miz and
Kick from Miz. Now an elbow drop on Jey Uso.
Miz and Shane McMahon have had about a month to improve their tag team chemistry. Oh, and there goes Jey over the top.
Clothesline over the top rope
Jimmy Uso joining
from co-besties to Jey Uso. Now Jimmy Uso working with Shane and Miz. Clothesline to the other side of the ring.
Jimmy to the outside, opposite side of his brother. How about this? The champion controlling the tempo early on. I don't know.
Uso chants from Miz and Shane.
Jimmy and Jey, look in the eyes of the Usos right now, like a couple of caged animals.
Yeah, a couple of caged animals he was for a little bit. He did get locked up within the past couple of days, and that was Corey Graves saying that, but he really doesn't have that much room to talk. Reports are, like I said, he cheated on his wife, so who the hell knows? Miz working with, I believe that is Jimmy Uso. Hard to tell the identical twins apart when they have the same exact tattoos and the same facial hair along with the length of their hair. So I've been a WWE fan for a long time. I still can't tell them apart. Miz just got taken out. Clothesline throat first on the top rope. And Uso's in control of co-besties Shane O'Mac and The Miz. 1, 2, 3, ref breaks that up. Now punch from Jey to Miz. Jimmy now throwing Miz into the corner. A punch. Jey Uso tags in. And they're working with Miz.
Usos got rocked earlier, now ready to take away any momentum that Shane McMahon and the Miz had.
So Usos tag back in. And oh, that had to hurt. Miz might not be able to have any more babies after that.
Well, to that point, some would say the bar maybe didn't take Shane McMahon and the Miz as seriously as they should have, and now the secret's out. Look, Miz and Shane are the tag team champions, and the Usos, I don't think are going to make that.
Jimmy has Miz in a headlock middle of the ring.
The Usos are also unimpressed by that shock.
Shane trying to get the crowd involved with some claps as Miz is still in a headlock. Clothesline from the Usos to the Miz.
That was just all sorts of nasty.
Jimmy Uso tags in.
Makes a tag to his brother, and this is how this team can operate. Systematic,
They're working the Miz in the middle of the ring.
See it from the Revival on Monday Night Raw. You cut the ring in half, you isolate one of your opponents, and you destroy them.
Miz in a headlock once again.
You get a sense of the Usos not only want to beat Shane and the Miz, but they want to send a message. They want to prove a point that this fairy tale is over.
Walking to the ring with the SmackDown Tag Team Championships is a statement in and of itself. That's the goal of the entire business.
Miz trying to reach out, trying to make a tag there that Shane was very close, but Jimmy wouldn't allow it to happen. Walking out with those same
Jay tags in. Miz still in the match.
Yeah, we won. As opposed to
They rip his baseball jersey off.
who's now legal.
Miz in the Usos corner. Jay just threw the baseball jersey at Shane. He caught it.
to get the better of them. It could pay big dividends.
So Usos working the Miz.
Jimmy Uso with one of the Miz's own moves.
Jimmy
The Usos getting a little overconfident here late in this match.
doing what the Miz does.
Not something the Usos can afford to do. Jimmy Uso making this personal.
Miz with a clothesline.
Out of the corner.
Almost a skull-crushing finale.
Now both superstars down.
Trending now on Twitter, on social media, is Bailey and Sasha
Be the moment of truth.
after they won the inaugural
Tag first.
match for the Women's Tag Team Championships. Miz tags in Shane. Shane wrecking havoc, taking out the Usos.
Non-legal man in the corner. Shane at the
That's Botchamania written all over it.
all over the legal man now. Shane is such an X factor. You really don't
Shane
know what he's ever gonna bring.
With an homage to Sheamus.
just tossed one of the Usos, Jay,
Shane O'Mac starting
over his head. Now he's dancing around him in the middle of the ring. Now a punch.
loving blow right to the face. Oh, now Shane.
DDT from Shano to Jimmy Uso.
Now Shane it is.
And now a DDT to Jay Uso. 1, 2, kick out.
Hey, Shane McMahon not wasting any time. Very smart, very wise.
I would ask what Shane's got in mind, but I've learned after all these years, you never know.
Shane going up top.
And now it's Shane McMahon. The Usos are set up in opposite corners.
Shane going up top in the corner.
Oh boy.
What are we going to see?
Head coast to coast.
Coast to coast from Shane to one of the Usos. The others still in position for him to do it a second time around. So he goes from one corner to another, connects on the coast to coast, going up once again to take out the other Uso brother on his second coast to coast. That's what the fans want. That's what he's going to do. Here comes Shane once again.
Craze looked in his eyes. Can Shane make it? A 2-for-1 special. Wobbling away.
Oh, nope. Super kick. Super kick on Shane. Jey Uso now going up top. Frog splash on Shano. Cover on Shane. 1, 2. Miz breaks it up. Kick out. So match will continue.
Just say the tag team title.
All four competitors, all four superstars down though in the ring.
Here's another look at the
So the first coast to coast connected on Jimmy Uso. Shane went for another on Jay. Super kick.
but this is where Shane got
And then a kick out after a breakup from the Miz on the pin from Jey Uso to Shane McMahon after the frog splash. So 1 count from the official as Shane and Jay are down in the ring. Miz in position though to be tagged back in. He's stomping on the steel steps trying to get the crowd involved a little bit. So there's a WrestleMania sign as well. The Elimination Chamber is high above the ring because there's only 2 chamber matches here tonight. The rest are just a normal match in the squared circle. Well, here comes Miz. Takes out Jay. What the hell is that? No other structure for the remaining part of the event other than the WWE Championship match. So a couple kicks Samoan drop from Usos to The Miz. That's Jey Uso. You can tell them apart just a little bit by their eyes. Uso. Uso. So Miz DDT on Jey, cover a 1-2 kick out by Jey Uso.
They had the wherewithal to pop that right shoulder up. So close to retaining the titles, but the Usos are still alive. Look at
Miz now drop kick through the ropes in front of the announce tables. Miz looking at Corey Graves. Corey Graves saying he needs workspace. Miz taking out all the items on the announce table. And Miz is looking to put Jey Uso through that table, but I bet you any money. No, a flying Uso, a suicide dive by Jimmy connects on his brother Jay. I bet you any money Miz will be going through the table, or both the Usos will, and then Shane will jump off the top turnbuckle, the steel post in the corner. So he's got to put him on the... Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Miz tells Shane to get up. Miz going to put the Usos on the announce table. Have a H-Town, Houston takeover sign in the crowd. Miz going up top. They're going to get this with the perfect camera angle once again, even though he's not even going to connect on it. Shane going up top. Surprised he doesn't pray to the heavens. Takes out Jimmy Uso. But he barely connected. He hit him. He hit the table is what happens. Hits the one side of the Uso brother, or whoever he's putting through the table. They ask each other if they're all right. You heard them clear as day. They're just laying there now. So Miz is going to work with Jay. Jimmy's working with the Miz. Excuse me. So Shane took out Jay. So Miz and Jimmy in the ring. Roll-up pin 1-2 kick out. Miz with a roll-up pin 1-2 kick out. Skull-crushing finale. No. And super kick from Jimmy to Miz. So Miz is down. Jimmy going to go up top. Another frog splash. Miz will probably move out of the way. Roll him up for a pin. And then they'll retain. Miz gets his knee up. Roll-up pin 1-2 kick out. I called that. Skull-crushing finale now on Jimmy Uso. Miz will pin Jimmy Uso. He's trying to roll him over. Can't get him. Cover. 1-2 kick out. Jimmy with a roll-up pin. 1-2-3. Usos defeat co-besties. Jimmy Uso, who just got arrested, picks up the win over The Miz. So your new SmackDown Live Tag Team Champions, the Usos, Jimmy and Jey Uso. Jimmy picks up the pin on The Miz. So even though you got arrested, they moved forward with the Usos being champions. And like I said, my predictions, WWE's done that before. Even if you've got in trouble shortly before you're supposed to win, they sometimes still have you win, sometimes not. But believe me, the Usos, they cut damn good promos. They have great matches day in and day out. They are now, I believe, 6 or 7-time tag team champions in the WWE. So your new SmackDown Live tag team champions, the Usos, Jimmy and Jey Uso. And Jimmy had pinned The Miz. Maybe will Miz turn on Shane now? We'll have to find out and see. Maybe that's your WrestleMania match. The Miz versus Shane. And then have Miz get into the WWE Championship picture then after that. I wouldn't mind that. Miz took forever to get the pin after... Yeah, well, he couldn't roll him up. They're showing the replay on that. Yeah, there's your 1-2 and then a kick out, quick roll up on The Miz from Jimmy. 1-2-3 and the Usos win. So, yeah, he did take forever. I agree with you on that, but they still ended the match the way that they originally had called for, I guess, and shocked a lot of people, I believe. I would think, especially with what happened with Jimmy Uso the other day. So, Jimmy Uso and his brother Jay, the Usos, they are SmackDown Live Tag Team Champions once again. The Miz and Shane McMahon. They were Tag Team Champions for a couple weeks. But we'll have to see what happens next. I bet you any money Miz is going to turn on him. He'll turn heel again. And then the Bar will face the Usos. That's what they'll do moving forward. Yeah. I bet any money that's what will happen. So music cuts. Usos are backstage now in gorilla position. Miz sitting in the ring. Shane sitting ringside on the announce table that he went through. Miz walking, coming over towards Shane. Yeah, I bet you any money's going to turn on him now because they lost. It'll be a nice heel turn. Give you something to talk about moving into SmackDown as we are officially now on the road to WrestleMania. Potentially, this is your WrestleMania match for The Miz and Shane McMahon. I wouldn't mind that. They actually hug it out. Maybe they'll have a turn later on. No, Miz is probably going to turn now, I bet. Because they're walking together, walking around the ring, going to go back up the ramp, it looks like. He's going to turn on him. They wouldn't be having this continue unless something's going to happen. No, they cut. Wow, that's surprising. Looks like they'll maybe have a rematch then this week on SmackDown, maybe at Fastlane that they're advertising for right now. That is Sunday, March the 10th in Cleveland, Ohio. So that'll be the final pay-per-view before WrestleMania. As I said, we are officially now on the road to WrestleMania, so maybe a rematch at Fastlane and then have Miz turn then, and then have a match between The Miz and Shane at WrestleMania. We'll have to find out and see. But a damn good match for the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships. The Usos win, though, over Kobesties, the best tag team in the world. However, that is not the case anymore, as they just lost to the Usos. So Usos, your new SmackDown Live Tag Team Champions, after they just defeated The Miz and Shane McMahon. So I got that one wrong. 2 for 3 on the night. I picked Buddy Murphy and I picked Bayley and Sasha Banks, but however, I picked The Miz and Shane McMahon to retain. However, they did not. So, I mean, standing tall on a go-home show really doesn't mean that much anymore now, to be honest with you. Because the Usos, they stood tall on SmackDown this past week, and then they win. Normally when you stand tall, you lose on the pay-per-view. But the Usos, they win. Now a commercial promo for Paige's new movie about her real life fighting with my family. There's Vince Vaughn. He's probably the biggest name in this movie. Vince Vaughn is supposed to be the, The Rock is in it as well. So other than The Rock, Vince Vaughn is the biggest name in the movie. Rated PG-13 in theaters this Friday everywhere. So the Intercontinental Championship may be on the line next. There's Bobby Lashley with the man of the hour himself, Leo Rush, backstage. They have a 2-on-1 handicap match versus Finn Balor. They're actually going to get interviewed. I saw the other day as well, Leo Rush and his family. He's getting a voice gig for some movie or TV show I saw. Leo Rush is awesome. He is the man of the hour. Only one more SmackDown match. That is the WWE Championship match inside the Elimination Chamber. More than likely, that'll be the main event now. And the others are from Raw. The Intercontinental title, Lashley and Rush versus Balor. And then Ronda Rousey versus Ruby Riott. Raw Women's Championship match. And then a no disqualification match, Braun Strowman and Baron Corbin. Keep those chat questions and comments coming on through, guys. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. I was on here before Elimination Chamber. Caught the tail end of the Daytona 500. What a wild race it was. But Denny Hamlin won for the second time in 4 years. So Leo Rush just cutting a promo, getting interviewed backstage with Bobby Lashley, the Intercontinental Champion, by his side. So yeah, Paige has a new movie coming out about her real life other than The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. He is in the movie. He's also directing and producing. Vince Vaughn, the other big name in that movie. He is playing the role of performance center coach, what Matt Bloom would be in the WWE down at NXT. Vince Vaughn could be playing the role somewhat of like a Triple H though too. So what the hell is up next? Okay, the handicap match is up next. So Finn Balor versus Bobby Lashley in a 2-on-1 handicap match for the Intercontinental Championship. There is Leo Rush, the man of the hour. Have never heard his entrance music. I know he wrestled on 205 Live and whatnot, but I don't watch 205 Live. I just haven't got into it. But okay, there's Michael Cole, Renee Young, and I mean, hell, she might want to watch out. There's Corey Graves as well. Like I said, give him a round of applause. But yeah, Dean Ambrose might want to keep an eye on Corey Graves. But I've never heard, they were playing music in the background, and it ended up being Leo Rush's theme song. I didn't realize that was that, so I was wondering what the hell was next. But here comes the almighty Bobby Lashley. He is the Intercontinental Champion once again in his WWE career, facing off versus Finn Balor in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Stand tall, get arrested, and still win. Yes. That must be the WWE dream right there. Yeah, so Michael Cole, Renee Young, and Corey Graves on the call, as this is a Raw match. Once again, round of applause to Corey Graves. So far tonight, Buddy Murphy won on the kickoff show, retained the Cruiserweight title. We cut to all the other announced teams from all these other countries. Portuguese announced team. What's next? So Portuguese, now the Russian announced team. They're way up top here tonight for Elimination Chamber. Normally they're basically like ringside, like a couple rows back from the barricade. But it looks like they're the whole way up top in the suites. So we had the Portuguese, the Russian, now the Japanese announced team with Funaki. So Bobby Lashley still making his way down to the ring. While he's in the ring, they're still playing his damn music because they're doing this. The Hindi announced team with I can't pronounce your name, and I can't pronounce your name either. So what's next? Nice picture of the WrestleMania sign in the background as well. Thought the Undertaker was going to appear there for a second. One of the Hindi announce members given the "You're dead" signal. So now the French announced team and the Mandarin announced team with Meng Ai and Sean Deng. So Bobby Lashley in the ring with Leo Rush. But Buddy Murphy on the kickoff show retained the Cruiserweight title over Kira Tozawa. And then to kick off the show, the Women's Elimination Chamber match for the Women's Tag Team Championships. Boston Hug Connection of Bayley won those over Nia Jackson, Tamina. The Riot Squad, Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan. Fire and Desire, Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville. The Iconics, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay, and Naomi and Carmella. And then just a moment ago, and the WWE dream now is you stand tall on the Go Home show, you get arrested the same night, and then you win on the pay-per-view. A couple days later, the Usos, Jimmy and Jey Uso, they won the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships over Kobesis, The Miz, and Shane O'Mac. But next, the 2-on-1 handicap match for the Intercontinental Championship. Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush versus Finn Balor. He's making his way down the ring. A big reaction from the crowd from him. So he's walking up the steps now. We have what? Red Balor once again. Red Finn Balor for his Intercontinental Championship match here tonight. And he should have won the Universal title a couple weeks ago, the Royal Rumble. I knew he won it. He didn't. Lesnar's still your champ. But then I did say, more than likely, because somebody asked what they'll do with him next, I had said they'll put him in the Intercontinental Championship picture the next night on Raw. He was in a feud with Bobby Lashley, and that's why they're having a match here tonight. No United States Championship match, though, along with Raw Women's, or the SmackDown Women's, excuse me, Ronda Rousey in the Raw Women's title match versus Ruby Riott. No Raw Tag Championship match as the Revival, thank God, finally, the Revival won those this past week over Bobby Roode and Chad Gable on Raw. No Universal title match as well, but that's expected with Brock Lesnar as your champion. So I talked about all these as well, everything I'm talking about right now in my past couple Raw and SmackDown recaps, so go check those out if you haven't done so already. This upcoming week, I'll have a WWE Thoughts and Opinions video following the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, and then I'll have a Raw and SmackDown recap for this week as well out in the next couple days. So, bell rings, Leo Rush in the match to kick off versus Finn Balor, but he runs off, tags in Bobby Lashley. So keep those chat questions and comments coming on through, guys. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links are in the description below. So whose table will Finn's back break? What do you mean by that? Whose table will Finn's back break? Oh, the announce table. I don't know. I don't think they'll do another table spot until later on. Strowman will probably put Corbin through one because that's no DQ match. Is that what you mean by that? Hopefully that's what you mean by that, because that's what I got out of it. But only a couple more matches. Only have, after this match gets over with, well, if you count this one, there's only 4 left, and it's 8:30 here on the East Coast, so probably about another hour and a half, 2 hours of WWE action, I would think. So, Finn Balor and Bobby Lashley in a match for the IC title. #1 trend worldwide is hashtag WWE Chamber, and hopefully that's how you found this live stream right here on YouTube.
Do you think that Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush are for sure on the same page here tonight? I mean, it seemed like Leo Rush might have been rubbing Bobby Lashley the wrong way a little bit earlier.
Leo put it very eloquently.
Bobby Lashley just picked up Balor and threw him down.
We're talking about a filet mignon, a human filet mignon. Look at the physique
Sounds like a
of Bobby
catchphrase for
Lashley.
CGI Fridays.
And Lashley continues to pound away at Finn Balor.
Lashley now
Taken so much punishment over the past number of
has
weeks.
Balor in the corner.
Lashley continues that
Right hand
Say what you want about
punch to the back of the neck.
He is a dominant
Now to the back of Balor.
And they said it best himself, Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush said that he's
Okay.
the Raw champion that we can be
Okay,
proud of.
that's what I thought you meant.
He's out here fighting
Yeah, since that, I mean, since they just had a table spot, I don't think they do it 2 matches in a row. And then you have a no disqualification match later on with Strowman and Corbin. I think Strowman's going to win that. I think he'll probably put him through it and then maybe pin him right on the table. 1, 2, 3 and win. That'd be pretty cool to see. Maybe on Raw tomorrow night, or maybe within the next couple weeks or so, we'll see a table spot with Balor and Lashley. If anybody's going to be going through a table with Bobby Lashley and Finn Balor with this feud, it's going to be Leo Rush. He'll take the spot.
not afraid to do the work, Renee.
He might be afraid of what Finn Balor would do to Leo Rush and lose his
Balor now up in a powerbomb position. He gets out of it, throws Lashley over the top rope. Balor gonna go suicide dive now. It looks like Leo Rush now try to grab Balor's foot enough though to have Balor stop. So this is a 2-on-1 handicap match. Leo Rush is legal. Lashley now just picked up Balor after Balor was chasing Rush around the ringside position, and Lashley takes out Finn Balor. Boos from the crowd. Balor's the face, Lashley and Rush are the heels. So Lashley now driving Balor back first into the ring apron. Lashley now just rolled Balor back into the ring. And Lashley elbow drop on Finn. Cover. 1, 2 kick out. Leo Rush getting tagged in.
And here comes the hype man, the big mouth, Leo Rush, the man of the hour.
The hype man, the big mouth, the man of the hour, Leo Rush, now in the match versus Finn Balor.
Why are you discounting Leo Rush, Renee?
Balor getting some kicks from Rush. Rush telling him to get up. Some kicks now in the corner. And he says that's why he's the man of the hour.
I've been saying that all night. For some reason, everyone thinks he's the weak link. He may not be the physical specimen that Bobby Lashley is, but he's an incredible...
Rush tags in Lashley. Lashley with a clothesline on Finn Balor.
Not quite sure what the official was doing there, but nonetheless, the tag was made. Cover by Lashley. Hook to the leg and a kick out by Balor at 2.
Lashley now has
Lashley continues to punish.
Balor in a
Lashley can really
shoulder lock, it looks like.
damage on Finn Balor, wearing the Irishman down. This is a great strategy because Finn Balor is at his most dangerous when he can pick up the pace, when he can speed things up.
Absolutely. You know, Bobby Lashley must have that in mind as soon as he stepped in here. If he can keep Finn grounded, that could lead to his big victory tonight here for Bobby Lashley.
But on the other side of the coin, if things do get picked up, if the
Balor with some punches.
Leo Rush, you can tag in.
DDT
Balor cover here by the
from Lashley to Balor. Cover 1-2 kick out.
No 2 count, kick out by Balor. Bobby Lashley upset with what I think he perceives as a slow count by the official.
Leo Rush gets tagged in once again. So it's Leo Rush versus Finn Balor.
That Balor would last this long in this match. Sure, part of them takes a bit of an insult by this exact situation, but great move once again, working on the ribs, the abdomen of Finn Balor.
Leo Rush saying, "How do you like me now?" as he flexes,
Why not? I mean, Leo Rush is in
as he's got Balor in a hold.
Lashley. This is a great way from it. The abdominal
Crowd trying to get involved as well. Some slow claps.
movement right now.
Balor just threw Leo Rush across the ring.
By Balor, but has the
So Rush in the opposite corner of Bobby Lashley.
the Intercontinental Champion Lashley. And Finn Balor has to concentrate on preventing Leo from making the tag.
And a kick from
Leo can tag in Bobby and change
Rush to Balor.
roll through tag. Here comes
Rush tags in Lashley. Lashley picks up Balor, drives him into the turnbuckles. Now a couple spears in the corner.
Fun taking his time here with Finn Balor.
Lashley loves
Lashley and Rush have been in full control of this match from the start. Another spear to the midsection in the corner from Lashley to Finn Balor.
Balor sucking wind.
You think that this is the first time this man right here, Bobby Lashley,
Lashley now flexing in the middle of the ring.
gentleman over 10 years, of course he's going to be relishing this moment.
And throws him back in the corner.
Back into the corner. Full head of speed to the 200.
Gonna go for another spear.
Burying the shoulder and then ribs again of Finn.
So Lashley picking up Balor. A choke slam from the almighty Bobby Lashley to Finn Balor. Leo Rush tags himself in. Leo Rush saying, "I got him. I'm gonna climb up top here." Lashley was gonna go for a spear. Rush now, frog splash, misses. Balor moves out of the way. So Lashley can't believe that. That was set up though. That was good though. The official asking both guys if they're all right. So Balor, he'll probably get some momentum now against Leo Rush, and Lashley will get tagged in, probably still end up winning.
In theory, great, but
Balor laughing at Leo Rush.
Leo Rush, he understands the quickness Rush has, and he's caught Rush middle of the ring. Leo trying to make it to Lashley. Fingertips.
And Leo Rush almost tagged in Bobby Lashley. Could not. Balor takes out Lashley. And a stomp from Balor. A little coup de grace in the middle of the ring from Balor to Leo Rush. A sidearm from Balor to Lashley. Lashley ringside. Now Balor throws Leo Rush and then dives over the top rope. Leo Rush is the legal man. Balor gets him back in the ring real quick. And he's going to drop him in the corner. Balor's going to go for a coup de grace. Balor going for a coup de grace now on Leo Rush. That connects. Balor with a cover on Leo Rush. 1, 2, 3. Finn Balor's your new Intercontinental Champion. Thank you. Thank God. About damn time. About damn time he's had a championship on the main roster. Other than the Universal title that he won. He was the first ever Universal Champion, but he had to give it up. Had to forfeit it because he got injured. And then he finally got a couple rematches, but did not win. Finn Balor, a good choice to have as your mid-card champion, your Intercontinental Champion on Monday Night Raw. They'll put Lashley in the main event picture now. They'll put him in versus, we might, because Rollins is hurt, they're probably thinking of backup plans right now. Maybe Strowman, Lashley, Drew McIntyre versus Brock Lesnar. Maybe a Fatal 4-Way or Fatal 5-Way at WrestleMania now against Lesnar for the Universal title. I had thought Balor would win it at WrestleMania. I'm happy he won it now, so. All right. I think a lot of people are going to be happy about that. I know some people in particular that are, once they find out, if they're not watching at this very second, they'll be happy that Finn Balor wins the Intercontinental Championship here tonight over Bobby Lashley. What do you guys think about that? Finn Balor, good choice as your IC champion. Leo Rush and Lashley will probably break up now. Rush will be a singles competitor on the main roster, 205 Live. He's a damn good wrestler. He's very, very damn good on the mic as well. He is the man of the hour. Bobby's probably going to turn on Leo because it was a 2-on-1 handicap. I thought they'd win by like DQ and then, or Balor would win by DQ, but then since Lashley's the champ, he'd still retain. So Lashley asking Leo Rush, what the hell? Lashley's probably going to turn on him. This is the heel turn we'll get here tonight. They'll save Miz and Shane for later on. Elimination Chamber's been a good pay-per-view so far, I think. Yeah, Bobby Lashley's going after Leo Rush. Yeah, okay. Leo saying he's sorry. Lashley drops him. Some boos from the crowd. Lashley gonna pick up Leo Rush, throw him down, and Bobby Lashley will stand tall even after he won, or excuse me, he lost. And he's walking back up the ramp. It was a good move to put the championship on Balor. Now he's pissed off. He's a heel now. He just turned on Leo Rush. And I think because Rollins is hurt, they're trying to figure out backup plans for WrestleMania versus Lesnar. So Houston Chronicle, they were the first to report that the Royal Rumble is coming to Houston next year, end of January 2020. So WWE's Royal Rumble coming to Minute Maid Park, home of the Houston Astros, in 2020. By that point as well, SmackDown will be live on Friday nights. That goes into effect this upcoming October. AEW reportedly going to have a show, about one big pay-per-view show a month up until October. That's when their TV deal will kick in. That's when they'll start having TV shows every single week. Still don't know what channel it's going to be on, but we'll have to find out and see moving forward. But for the Royal Rumble, SmackDown by that point will be on Fridays, TakeOver on Saturday, the Rumble on Sunday, and then Raw that Monday. So now a Mark Henry video package for his WWE documentary that's going to be on later tonight on the WWE Network. So yeah, immediately following the Chamber pay-per-view here tonight, the World's Strongest Man documentary on Mark Henry. So yeah, Houston is hosting the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view here tonight. So thank you guys for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe to Gridiron Ring and myself, CoolHandLuke96, on social media. The links are in the description below. If you have chat questions or comments, keep those coming on through in the chat. Michael Cole, Corey Graves, and Renee Young, they get their announce table set back up. So Corey Graves not really saying a whole lot during the middle parts of the event. while they're getting ready for the next matches. So world's strongest man, the Mark Henry story tonight, immediately following Elimination Chamber on the WWE Network. And there's reports, rumors that Corey Graves cheated on his wife, but he's still a damn good announcer. Whether he's going to get divorced from her or not, that's still yet to be seen. Who knows if it's even true? I don't know. Only he, Carmella, and his wife do. So coming up next is the Ronda Rousey Ruby Riott match, I guess, for the Raw Women's title. So, is this make Rush the face? And well, yes, but Rush will probably just be on 205 Live. They'll probably have something on Raw tomorrow night, and then maybe a match between the two of them at Fastlane, because Balor's going to have an opponent at Fastlane more than likely. And then probably at WrestleMania, they'll have like a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship once again. Whether it's a triple threat, a fatal four-way, a five-way, a six-man, or a seven-man ladder match, we'll have to find out and see. Now they're showing what happened on Raw this past week. Becky Lynch, she got her suspension uplifted by Steph and Triple H, but then Vince came out, old Vinnie Mac, and said that she was suspended for 60 days, and Charlotte is going to be replacing Becky to face Ronda at WrestleMania. It's just a segue to get a triple threat match between the three of them at WrestleMania 35. So I talked about all this in my WWE Raw and SmackDown recap from this past week. Go check it out. So is Lynch and Rollins both really injured? I guess, yes. But well, hold on. They're showing, and I did see this, courtesy of WWE on YouTube, a live event last night in New Orleans, Louisiana. Becky Lynch appeared, but then Charlotte injured her left knee even more. So Becky's suspended. The thing with Rollins, yes, from what I have heard, he is hurt. He is injured. And they're just inserting, I mean, this is a perfect way to get Charlotte involved, because Becky is hurt a little bit as well. But, I mean, I think why Lashley dropped it, just to have a backup plan if they want Lashley versus Lesnar at Mania. And then you still get your triple threat, or even if Becky can't go, you have Ronda versus Charlotte for the title, and then Becky maybe versus Ronda and Charlotte in triple threat at SummerSlam. So, yes and no, storyline-wise, for sure, that they are injured, because they really haven't been on TV. So, Charlotte's coming out. She has a ringside seat, I guess, for this match. Nice picture of the WrestleMania sign as well. Yeah, so Charlotte's going to be ringside for this match. Ronda Rousey versus Ruby Riott for the Raw Women's Championship. Becky could get involved as well, I bet. We'll have to find out and see, but still a long ways to go from now until WrestleMania. About a little less than 2 months away. So free Becky signs in the crowd. But it's just the perfect way just to make sure that they are healthy in time for WrestleMania. Because we saw this a couple years ago with Seth Rollins. He got injured, and it was when the Royal Rumble was in San Antonio. So I believe that was 2 years ago. I actually saw Rollins the week before the live event. And so Charlie Caruso in the ring with Charlotte. Videos from that live event, I don't believe, are on the YouTube channel. I don't know why. But all the other live events that I've been to, and I'll be going to a couple more events here coming up very shortly, those videos are right here on the channel. So go check those out. Go to the WWE playlist, or the wrestling/MMA playlist right here on the channel. But yeah, a couple years ago we saw it. Rollins had got hurt. Charlotte talking with Charlie Caruso, getting interviewed. And she's getting some real heat from the crowd, but that's what a heel is supposed to do. So she's a damn good one at that. But it was 2 years ago. I saw Rollins the week before the live event. A week later, he invaded the takeover in San Antonio. The Rumble was at the Alamo Dome the next night. He got injured. And then they basically kept him off of TV, kept him out of matches from that point on up until WrestleMania, because he fought Triple H at WrestleMania 33 that year, and he went over. So then he got back into the championship picture after that, and this is all after he was out of action for quite a while, because he had went down with a knee injury. And this is all after, you know, he won the Money in the Bank. We're going back a couple years here now with Seth frickin' Rollins. After he won the Money in the Bank, cash in at WrestleMania. Probably the greatest cash in of all time up to this point in time. So, it's good that he's hurt, but at the same time, it's not. Like, obviously, you want your guys healthy all the time. But if he chooses the time to get hurt, you know, injuries happen, I get that. This is the perfect time for both of them to get hurt, just to make sure then they'll keep them off TV, suspend them, whatever they have to do, just to make sure that they're healthy for their WrestleMania matches, because Mania is the biggest show of the year for the WWE. So they would more than likely both win at WrestleMania as well. So a lot's on the line. A lot is on the line with both of them, and with what happens here tonight with Ronda Rousey and Ruby Riott. Because, I mean, the thing with Lynch and Charlotte and Ronda, if Lynch can't go come WrestleMania, you still have your match, like I said. Like, it's still fine, and you just move on. Because if they can't go, it just affects everything else. How they do this, do that, everything in between. Like I said, with Rollins somewhat injured as well, once again, it's like he's injury prone. I think that's why they had Lashley drop it here tonight and then get him into the Universal title picture for the time being. And if Rollins can go, you put Lashley in a match at WrestleMania versus Balor once again in a rematch. Like I was going back saying, maybe triple threat, you know, because they always, one of the mid-card titles, whether it's the US or the Intercontinental Championship, they always have like a ladder match at WrestleMania. It's normally the IC title, but a lot is on the line. Like I said, it's very hard to tell what they'll do moving forward, but I get injuries happen, but you still got to move on. You still got to move on and continue to do business. So we'll see what happens. So hopefully that, I know I was rambling on about that, but that's just my take on everything, just my thoughts and opinions on it. So Ronda Rousey coming out wearing a camo flat bill hat. She's wearing all black, like the Man in Black himself, Johnny Cash. I believe his birthday is coming up as well, if it hasn't already passed. I know he's been long gone for almost 16 years now, but they are in Houston, a great wrestling city. I mean, I get Ronda's got to change her look up every once in a while now too. So a Raw Women's Championship match, Ronda Rousey versus Ruby Riott. And maybe this is the start of them distancing Ronda from being a Roddy Piper lookalike. Because basically, in my opinion, she's just stealing everything from that. But people know him from that. They bring her in last year from the UFC, give her a little extra push as well. So it does make sense. So, like I said, yeah, hopefully that everything I just said there adds all up for you and makes sense. So, like I said, just my take on everything that they could potentially do if this, that, and everything in between, you know, happens or doesn't happen. And like I said, keep an eye out for my WWE Thoughts and Opinions video this week, along with my Raw and SmackDown recaps for tomorrow night and this Tuesday. So match underway, Rousey and Riott. This might be a squash match, to be honest with you. Ronda might take out Ruby real quick. This is really hurting Asuka more than anybody. Yeah, because she doesn't have a WrestleMania opponent. Maybe they put Carmella or Naomi in it. There's not really anybody else on SmackDown-wise that could, I mean, other than Charlotte, but she's in this now, that could face Asuka and, okay, without giving it away, okay, this might be a good match. Like, whoever she faces might win. Like, it won't be a given that Asuka's going to win, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it is hurting Asuka. And there is no SmackDown Women's title match here tonight. I get, you know, they'll save that for Fastlane. They'll save the U.S. title for Fastlane. They'll save the Raw Tag Championship for Fastlane. We'll probably have another Cruiserweight match at Fastlane. We might get a Raw Women's Championship match at Fastlane. I highly doubt it, though. They'll probably just have some sort of segment, I bet, with Rousey, Becky, and Charlotte, with maybe Vince or Triple H or Steph at the helm. Maybe a SmackDown Live Tag Team Championship match. Intercontinental Championship, maybe. And yeah, this match is done and over with. Ruby Riott taps out after she just got put in an armbar by Ronda Rousey. So still your Raw Women's Champion is Rowdy Ronda Rousey. So she retains. I got that one right. I got, I'm 3 for 2 now, because I did pick Bobby Lashley and Finn Balor to win. But, or Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush to win, but Finn Balor won. So Ronda Rousey just won. We got 2 more matches. Up next, more than likely, Braun Strowman, Baron Corbin in a no disqualification match. Then the main event of the evening here tonight, Elimination Chamber. The WWE Championship will be defended inside the Chamber. Daniel Bryan defending versus Kofi Kingston, Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles. Like I said, a long ways to go from now until Fastlane, and then WrestleMania as well. So a lot of programming that they have to do moving forward. So they'll let the storylines shape themselves out from now until then. Charlotte now in the ring face to face with Rousey. Crowd going crazy for some reason. Rousey looking into the crowd. And there is Becky Lynch, the man Becky Lynch, who is on crutches. Becky chants from the crowd. Yeah, so really hurting Asuka, I would agree. I can't think of anybody else on SmackDown that could potentially face her, and then you would think, okay, she might win. Can you? I can't think of anybody else. So Becky Lynch just made her way to the ring, threw her crutches in the ring. Now she rolls in the ring, trying to get up. She is suspended for 60 days. But she's really selling the injury if she's not hurt, but I think she really is. Becky chants from the crowd. Got to give it to her. Charlotte saying, "Are you serious?" She's the man chants. She's the man chants from the audience. Wasn't there a movie, She's the Man, with, Becky just threw her crutches at Charlotte. Now she's beating Charlotte up with her crutch. Charlotte getting the living hell kicked out of her. And Ronda's just standing there letting it happen. As she should, because both of these women are more than likely going to be her opponents at WrestleMania. Yeah, but wasn't there a movie, She's the Man, with, what's her name from All That? That Candace girl. And then, didn't I see... yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be bringing All That back. They're going to have what's the word for it? Basically, they're going to bring all that back. I can't think of the right word to explain that right now. Because we got Ronda Rousey, Becky Lynch, and Charlotte Flair all in the ring at the same time. So Ronda has the other crutch. Becky standing on her one crutch. So I think Ronda's going to attack Charlotte now. What is this? Who wears black better? Yeah, really, they're all wearing black. I just noticed that now you say that. Becky taking out Ronda now. Becky hitting both Ronda and Charlotte with her crutch. I mean, black's a good color. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the color black. There's two jobbers now as security in the ring wearing all black. I mean, yeah, it might look like you're going to a funeral, but maybe I am. Becky now still assaulting Ronda and Charlotte with her crutches. Two more officials now in the ring as well. So Becky going to stand tall, even though she is suspended now for 60 days and injured in real life, I believe, and storyline-wise.
I mean, whether you love Becky or don't, whether you agree with this, the bottom line is she's suspended. She's not supposed to be here. The woman can barely stand. She limped into the ring on crutches, and then she assaulted the Raw Women's Champion and the challenger with a title at WrestleMania. She jeopardized.
So they're going to walk Becky out.
Do you realize what that means?
She has her hands behind her back. Do they cuff her? Do they arrest her? Okay, no. She puts her arms to her side now. It looks like she had handcuffs on for a second. Like, I didn't see them put handcuffs on her. Like, what the hell? So they escort the security, the two jobbers from the Houston area, whoever the hell they are, I don't know, nor do I care. They escort Becky Lynch out of the arena, and Charlotte still in the ring. Ronda's ringside, getting attended to by the Dean Ambrose look-like official. John Cone is attending to Charlotte. John Cone is the father to Nicholas, the once 10-year-old who was Raw Tag Team Champions with Braun Strowman last year during WrestleMania. So, nice shot of Ronda with the WrestleMania sign behind her. Two more matches. They're letting this go on for a little bit to let the time go by. And now they're doing what they've been doing on Raw and SmackDown the past couple weeks, because they cut down from 11:05, 11:10, quarter after 11 on the USA Network to 11 o'clock. They have had superstars while the previous segment or match is still going on. Once that officially concludes, they have the other what's coming up next. Those superstars come out while that's still going on. So they do that here. Baron Corbin, the Lone Wolf, versus the Monster Among Men, Braun Strowman, is next in a no disqualification match. So, I was saying they're letting time go by, but then it looks like they're trying to save some time now with Corbin coming out. So, two more matches. We'll have this and then the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Championship later on. So, 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And two more matches. This will maybe be 10-15 minutes, and then they'll probably give 45 minutes to an hour for the other one, because they gave about 45 minutes for the women's tag match inside the chamber, and that's about right. I mean, both Rumble matches, normally whatever pay-per-view it is, and you have a match with the name of the pay-per-view in it, Royal Rumble match, Elimination Chamber match, the Money in the Bank ladder match at Money in the Bank, Survivor Series match, whatever the case may be. And here comes the Monster Among Men, Braun Strowman. Those matches normally go at least 45 minutes to an hour. So I'm not surprised by any means, but Strowman, they cut to him walking out of the entrance up top. So he's going to walk down the entrance ramp into the ring to have his no disqualification match versus the Lone Wolf. The former Cardinal in the NFL, Baron Corbin, and more than likely, I would bet somebody's going through something. Whether it be the announce table once again, and it's going to be Corbin either way. Strowman's not going to get put into anything. Because no one likes Corbin. Corbin's a perfect heel. He's awesome. But everybody likes Strowman, and they could put him into the advance him, put him into the Universal title picture once again if they would like to do so. With Rollins being hurt, we'll have to find out and see. But give him that push that he doesn't need by any means. But it's really all going to depend on what happens here. And then what happens later on, because who knows, they might put one of these guys on, or somebody that's already wrestled earlier tonight in a brand versus brand match at WrestleMania. A lot of stuff's going to change, though, after Mania, because we'll have the Superstar Shake-Up. I believe it's a week later, the Monday and Tuesday after WrestleMania, whatever the dates are. Up in Quebec, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. That's where they'll have the Superstar Shake-Up at this year. And then they'll more than likely, I bet, have another one after SummerSlam, because SmackDown will be going live on Fox in October. So John Cone officiating this match. Bell has rung. Braun Strowman versus Baron Corbin. Corbin threw his shirt at Strowman to begin the match. And now Corbin, he was ringside, picked up a kendo stick, so he's beating the hell out of Braun Strowman with a kendo stick now in the middle of the ring. Corbin pointing to somebody in the crowd saying, "Hey, this one's for you." Hits Corbin with another kendo stick shot. Now he's putting it into the top turnbuckle. That's not safe. And first, he's going to try to throw reverse Corbin into the... No, Corbin's going to get it. No, oh my God, he moved out of the way. Very lucky. Strowman with a punch. Strowman with a clothesline on Corbin in the corner. Now that kendo stick still wedged in the top turnbuckle. Corbin grabs it. Strowman grabs it as well. Says no. Shakes his head no. Corbin's going to get the living hell kicked out of him with the kendo stick. Get these hands chants from the crowd. Braun's actually probably going to break the kendo stick. Yeah, he breaks it right over his knee. Says he doesn't need a kendo stick to whip his ass. So Corbin now ringside. Strowman going to do what he did to Kevin Owens a lot. And that's a shoulder tackle into the barricade. So Strowman takes out Corbin. And Strowman going to run around the ring once again. Another shoulder tackle coming up for Braun Strowman on the Lone Wolf Baron Corbin. The Corbin... Wow, Corbin just threw a office chair at Braun Strowman. And now a shoulder tackle misses. Corbin throws Strowman into the steel steps. "You suck, Corbin," chant from the crowd. He's not EC3, so calm down. Corbin picks up the steel steps. This is a no disqualification match. And Corbin whacks Strowman with the steel steps left shoulder. Once again, this time right arm, right shoulder area. Corbin now going to go swinging with the crowd. He's going to run around the ringside area with the steel steps, take out Braun Strowman once again. And then Corbin stands on the steel steps, does the Braun impersonation. He's awesome. He's a great heel. Baron Corbin's the man. Becky Lynch is technically the man, but Braun Strowman, or Baron Corbin is as well.
Braun Strowman, but everything's legal here tonight. There's no disqualification match.
Corbin now throwing Strowman in the ring.
Strowman, I'm not quite sure he knows where he is, Corey. He knows he got hit with something heavy multiple times.
And Corbin now. Corbin slipped. That's Botchamania written all over it. Takes out Strowman with a right hand. He slipped and fell when he was just going into the ropes to come back with a clothesline. He's still connected. That's all that matters, but that's Botchamania. Strowman trying to get up. Once again, another punch from Corbin to Strowman. To the side of the face, the left side. Yeah, so Corbin in control here early on.
I did not see this going down this way. I figured Braun Strowman would just let loose on Baron Corbin.
Hashtag WWE Chamber.
The office chair, the steel stairs, that's now his hand. Hey, the little monster off.
Corbin getting his fist ready for another punch. Strowman gets out of it, reverses it. Clothesline from Braun Strowman to Baron Corbin. Super kick, big boot from Strowman to Corbin. Strowman gonna get a table, maybe some steel steps or some steel chairs. Let's see what he's gonna get underneath the ring. Maybe a ladder. He's gonna get a table. So here's your table that he's gonna go through. I don't think they'd break the announce table again. Maybe. So Strowman with a table now, getting that in the ring. He's going to set that up. And he's actually going to set it up in the corner. He's actually going to set the table up in the corner. And somebody's going through it. Whether it's going to be Corbin or Strowman, I don't know. We'll see. Probably Corbin. Strowman picks up Corbin. And now a kick from Corbin to Strowman. Corbin gets caught. Gets driven through the announce table, or excuse me, the table that's set up in the ring. Drew McIntyre now comes out. Drew McIntyre interrupting this match with Braun Strowman and Baron Corbin. So McIntyre coming out with a steel chair. Corbin probably going to attack Strowman from behind now. Strowman was going to go for the pin, but then McIntyre's music hit. Not really surprised because these guys have been in a feud as of late, but Bobby Lashley also involved. So Corbin, Lashley, and McIntyre steel chair shots to Braun Strowman. And these three actually put Strowman out of action for a while late last year. He actually had surgery on his elbow. And now Lashley, he lost earlier. He's a heel. McIntyre's clearly a heel, along with Baron Corbin. I said in my one video this past week, who would have thought, after all these years, I know Lashley and McIntyre were originally in WWE, but then they went to they went to TNA and came back to WWE. Who would have thought after all this time we would see Corbin, who played professional football at one point, along with Bobby Lashley and Drew McIntyre as heels taking out various opponents on the main roster. So Corbin telling them what to do. Corbin going to try to pick up the win here tonight over Braun Strowman at Elimination Chamber. Keep those chat questions and comments coming, guys. Steel steps getting thrown into the ring.
They're sadistic when they're individual, Renee. When the trio gets together, this whole night, the world, this whole night has been incredible, and things are about to get terribly worse here for Braun Strowman.
Can't blame these men. I mean, it's WrestleMania season. Everybody wants their shot.
You can't use that excuse, Renee. Not for this. Not for this 3-on-1 assault that they're about to put on Braun Strowman. It's not their fault. Braun doesn't have any friends. I mean, I get it's no disqualification, but this is absolutely ridiculous. You have to believe Corbin had this plan, right?
Of course he did. This guy tries to orchestrate
So McIntyre has Strowman holding on to his beard. Now Strowman picking up McIntyre, chokeslam position. He's going to pick up Lashley now, chokeslam position. Here comes Corbin with a steel chair shot to the back, though.
Corbin as the ringleader here, getting all the glory on top of Braun Strowman.
Squashing the final rally, perhaps, of Braun Strowman.
You suck, Corbin, once again from the crowd. Now Corbin is getting a table set up in the ring. McIntyre also has one.
Braun Strowman just again
At the mercy.
and defenseless, trying to get back up as you see Corbin and Lashley setting up a table. McIntyre measuring a claim.
McIntyre with a Claymore kick on Braun Strowman. Match is still going on. It's no disqualification match, so that's why McIntyre and Lashley are helping out Baron Corbin. They're going to get the other table now set up. Maybe put it on top. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to put the one table on top of the other. They have two steel steps set up as well. Strowman laying down in the middle of the ring, getting attacked, viciously assaulted, as Michael Cole would say, by Baron Corbin, Drew McIntyre, and Bobby Lashley. So they're trying to pick up Strowman. Corbin and McIntyre are. Lashley on the steel steps, telling them to bring him around so they can potentially powerbomb him through both tables in the ring.
No way, you gotta be kidding me.
Yep, that's what they're going to do. Lashley powerbomb. Oh my God. Shield powerbomb is what they did. Baron Corbin 1, 2, 3. Corbin pins Braun Strowman, surprisingly. That's surprising. I thought Strowman was going to win, for sure. Baron Corbin defeats Strowman. Heels stand tall. Is this the Shield 2.0? I hope not, but they're all good wrestlers. They're all good heels. Corbin, McIntyre, and Lashley all stand tall. After McIntyre and Lashley helped out Corbin in this no DQ match versus Braun Strowman. So they do the Braun pose once again on top of the steel steps. So yeah, they brought Strowman around to Lashley. He powerbombed him through the two table setup in the ring. So Baron Corbin wins. We got one more match, 9:15 here on the East Coast. And event has been flying by. We really haven't had any backstage interviews or whatnot tonight. I mean, Lashley and Leo Rush had a segment there at the end of the Rousey Riot match, but other than that, not a whole lot's happened. I mean, obviously the video packages here and there. Surprisingly, not for every match though. So, yeah, one more match, WWE Championship match inside the Elimination Chamber. Okay, they're going to promote WrestleMania, maybe Black History Month as well. We'll see. So, 2019 World Games in Abu Dhabi, March 14th to the 21st. So they're the Special Olympic World Games. They're over in Abu Dhabi this year, middle of March. That's right after Fastlane, and then WrestleMania a couple weeks after that. So they're actually going to show a video package of promo for that. Yeah, one more match. Daniel Bryan, Kofi Kingston, Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles for the WWE Championship inside the Elimination Chamber. So stay tuned. Once again, guys, thanks for tuning in and watching so far. Here are my live reactions play of Elimination Chamber tonight. Like, follow, and subscribe to Gridiron Ring and myself, Cool Hand Luke 96 on social media. The links are in the description below, so scroll down, check those out. Hit a little thumbs up button, share this on social media. hit the little subscribe button as well. Chat questions and comments, always greatly appreciated. So we'll see what happens here. I really don't know what's going to happen in the WWE Championship match because I mean, I have Daniel Bryan winning and retaining, but moving forward, what they'll do at Fastlane and then at WrestleMania, I don't know. I think Bryan's going to retain one way or another here tonight, but it'll be interesting to say the least. They cut back to Michael Cole, Corey Graves, and Renee Young. And they have a couple participants in the Special Olympic World Games in Abu Dhabi in attendance here tonight at Elimination Chamber. They are from the state of Texas. So cool to see them ringside there. Quite the night at Elimination Chamber, says Michael Cole. They're just reviewing everything that has happened so far. And they should be cutting to Tom Phillips and company to do the championship match. Or are they going to add a match maybe? Are we going to get a segment with Elias maybe? We'll see.
To secure the win and retain the championship for his team. But a momentary lapse in reason would cost the A-lister and Shane McMahon. The Usos are your brand new SmackDown Tag Team Champions, and the look on the Miz's face said it all. And complete loss, frustration, disbelief as the Usos win the SmackDown Tag Team Championship, and then they show camaraderie and teamwork. Disheartening night for Shane and Miz, who worked very hard to become a tag team. Tonight just wasn't their night.
Actually, they cut to Shane backstage getting examined by a WWE doctor. And there's the Miz as well with a water bottle and a towel over his shoulder.
He just you know, it's really hard to just Joe right now. No, it's not okay.
Miz telling Shane it's not okay that they lost the titles. Miz going absolutely ballistic backstage. Shane says, Mike, calm down. Go home. Chill out. He'll see him Tuesday on SmackDown. SmackDown this week, I believe, is in New Orleans. I believe they are in New Orleans. They had a house show, I believe it was in Alexandria, Virginia, or Alexandria, Louisiana last night. Lacey Evans are adding a match to Elimination Chamber. A women's match, it looks like. Lacey Evans making her way down to the ring. A NXT call-up. Yeah, I think SmackDown's in New Orleans on Tuesday. And then they have house shows obviously next weekend. Now Lacey Evans walking back up the ramp towards the entrance. What the hell? She's just coming out and then going back. Keep people talking about her. Is that what they're doing? I think so, because they cut to a WrestleMania promo now. A WrestleMania video package. I don't know what the hell that was, but oh well. Alright, we'll move on. WrestleMania 35, 49 days away. 49 days away. 7 weeks. 7 weeks from now until WrestleMania 35. So Tom Phillips, Corey Graves, and Byron Saxton now on the call for the main event of the evening, the WWE Championship match inside the Elimination Chamber. Universal title will be on the line at Mania. Lesnar versus Seth Rollins. Seth frickin' Rollins. I'm surprised your house hasn't been burnt down yet, Corey Graves. I'm surprised your wife hasn't set it ablaze, but oh well. A Raw Women's title match. Ronda Rousey versus Charlotte. So video package now for the another WWE Network, WWE Shop promo. Buy one, get one for $1 tonight on the network, or on the WWE Shop. So they'll probably show the video packages then for the Elimination Chamber match. That should be starting here sometime soon, I would hope. Greatness.
Tonight only, buy one t-shirt, get one for $1.
Now a promo for Fastlane on March the 10th. I will be live right here on YouTube doing live reactions play-by-play of Fastlane on Sunday, March the 10th. So I hope to see everybody then. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media.
And after it's 3 weeks from tonight at the Q in Cleveland, Ohio, our final pay-per-view on the road to WrestleMania, WWE Fastlane, streaming live right here on the WWE Network.
Following is the Elimination Chamber match for the WWE Championship. So they'll lower the chamber once again. In the meantime, they'll show the video package for the match. Daniel Bryan defending once again versus Kofi Kingston, Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles. 2 superstars will start. The other 4 will be locked into pods. Every couple minutes, a new superstar will enter the match until we have a winner at the end. Long story short for the rules. I wouldn't be surprised if AJ wins or Samoa Joe wins or Randy Orton wins. But if they have, say, Kofi Kingston or Jeff Hardy win, I'd be shocked. Because normally, I mean, you go back 2 years ago, Bray Wyatt won it inside the chamber. And then a couple months later, Jinder Mahal won it, and he held it for a while. But the past couple WWE champions, they've been, I mean, all these guys are big name guys, but I mean, Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles, Jinder and Bray are exceptions, but there's somebody else, WWE champion, that are more over, you know, with the audience, with the crowd. So I would be shocked if Kofi or Jeff Hardy won. Now, if Kofi won, he'd become the first ever Jamaican WWE champion. So Kofi chants from the crowd. If DB wins, Orton wins. I mean, if Joe wins, I'd be shocked a little bit. If AJ wins, I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with any of these guys winning, really, to be honest with you. I mean, I really don't want to see Kofi as WWE champion now. He's more of a mid-card guy. He's a damn good wrestler, but he's more of a mid-card guy. Jeff Hardy and all those other guys have been WWE champion before, except for Samoa Joe. So maybe they have Joe win, and then Daniel Bryan, Joe at Fastlane, and then maybe a triple threat or fatal 4-way between between those two, and then AJ Styles and Randy Orton at WrestleMania. But the New Day, they make their way down to the ring. Kofi Kingston's the only New Day member in the match, though. He will be locked in one of the pods. Randy Orton actually will enter last, since he won this past week on SmackDown Live in that gauntlet match that they had. Jeff Hardy will be in one of the other pods. Delete from him. That is very surprising that they didn't do a video package for this. They really didn't do a whole lot of them tonight, to be honest with you. cutting down on time. But then them putting the chamber down over the ring, you would think without the steel cages, they got to get everything set up, lock everything. I mean, they are still doing that a little bit with the once the guys get in the pods, but you would think it would take longer than just 2 seconds to lower the chamber and then set it all up, but I guess not. I hear voices in my head. Here comes the Viper, Randy Orton. And he'll be in one of the pods. He will enter last. He will enter last. From St. Louis, Missouri, weighing in at 250 pounds, the Apex Predator, the Viper, Randy Orton. Samoa Joe or AJ Styles will probably come out next. Daniel Bryan will probably kick off the match. So they're showing what happened on SmackDown this past week in that gauntlet match. AJ Styles thought he had won, but then Orton came out and RKO'd him and won the match. So Orton in one of the pods. He will enter last, as I said. Kofi's probably going to jump off one of the top of the pods. Somebody's going to be going through the pod, maybe Samoa Joe. Here comes AJ, so he'll be locked in the pods, and we'll kick off with Daniel Bryan and Samoa Joe, it looks like. So, ROH, ROH. So here comes the phenomenal AJ Styles. Scared, no, they don't really want no Southern boys, fun strength. Ain't nobody man enough to feel the pain. Better be next, better get respect, cause ain't nobody breaking this redneck. No, they don't want none, no, they don't want none. No, they don't want none. Want none, no, they don't want none. Scared, no, they don't really want none. That truck gonna run over. Boy, coming over time for you. Kings of the South. Have nothing. Boys. No, they don't want none. No, they don't want none. Want none. No, they don't want none. So Orton was eyeing down everybody. Styles eyeing down everybody in the pods as well. Styles wearing blue this evening. So here comes the Samoan submission machine, Samoa Joe. Then Daniel Bryan will get the last entrance. Joe, 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 Joe. He's awesome. Him and Kevin Owens are the best. Owens going to be coming back in about a month. He said the other night on Raw. So we'll see what they end up doing with him. I'm thinking, I said in my one video this past week, whether it was the Raw and SmackDown recap or the Elimination Chamber predictions video, I don't remember. He'll probably come back at Fastlane or that following Raw or SmackDown, I bet. So here comes the WWE Champion, the new Daniel Bryan, with his new eco-friendly WWE Championship. He has Eric Rowan, his bodyguard, by his side. So from Aberdeen, Washington, Daniel Bryan. He's got a mic in his hand, and he's probably going to cut a damn good promo. I said past couple weeks, I believe Daniel Bryan's doing his best work right now, both in the ring and on the mic. So he says, cut the music, cut the music. Graphic wise, they changed up his colors. It's all green now. They got the globe in the middle of the entrance. They changed up his Titantron thing that pops up on the bottom. So they're really going all in with Daniel Bryan as WWE Champion right now. And that's awesome. That is awesome. Let's go, Kofi or Orton. About damn time you joined there, Ian. Well, I'm the Encyclopedia of Sports. I was about ready to call you that. I don't know why I'd do that, but the insider of all inside things, John Clark, finally joins the show. So thank you for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links are in the description below. Keep those chat questions and comments coming on through, guys. So Eric Rowan getting banned from ringside. Daniel Bryan saying no. Crowd chanting yes. So Rowan, he's going to get banned from ringside. So Daniel Bryan doesn't have any help. So makes sense, I guess. So the new eco-friendly WWE Championship will be on the line here tonight inside the Elimination Chamber in tonight's main event. I'll go over everything that happened here at the end of the show. So let's go, Kofi or Orton. I picked DB to win. I would like AJ to win. I would like Joe to win. I'd like Orton to win. I don't think Kofi's going to win, and I don't think Jeff Hardy's going to win. So what from the crowd in Houston, Texas?
Stupid phrase over and over again. It reminds me that there is still hope because you people need me.
Daniel Bryan saying you people need me. There's still hope that the new Daniel Bryan will raise this beautiful championship that's made out of wood. That he'll still be WWE Champion later on tonight. He'll win. He'll retain. I don't see him losing anytime soon. However, I didn't think Strowman was going to win earlier. Or I didn't think Strowman would lose earlier, excuse me. I didn't think the Usos would win earlier. And I didn't think Finn Balor would win earlier. And they all won. So, so far tonight, I'm 1, 2, 3, and now 3. 3 and 3, I believe. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. I'm 3 and 3. So, this is going to really put me above 500 or below 500. Really going to make the difference here in this WWE Championship Elimination Chamber match. I picked Daniel Bryan, so let's see what happens, folks. Thank you guys once again for tuning in and watching my live reactions play of WWE Elimination Chamber. Earlier, I caught the tail end of the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin won that, so congrats to him. Bell rings, Samoa Joe and Daniel Bryan going to start things off. I mean, hell, what is this? Ring of Honor from 2005? Nothing wrong with that. But Daniel Bryan, Samoa Joe get things started here tonight in the Chamber match. Joe telling Daniel Bryan, come on, champ. Because Bryan ran outside the ring. Now he enters the ring once again. And like I said, I'll go over everything that happened later on after this gets over. Oh, hell, I'll go over it now so I don't forget. Daniel Bryan telling Joe to, telling the ref to tell Joe to back off. Bryan walking around the ring. And looking at his opponents in the pods. So yeah, earlier Buddy Murphy won. He retained over Akira Tozawa with the Cruiserweight title. Baron Corbin won in the no DQ match over Braun Strowman. Ronda Rousey defeated Ruby Riott Raw Women's title. The Usos, Jimmy and Jey Uso, they won the SmackDown Live Tag titles over The Miz and Shane O'Mac. Finn Balor defeated Bobby Lashley and Leo Rush in the 2-on-1 handicap match for the Intercontinental title. And then the Boston Hug connection of Bayley and Sasha Banks won the first ever WWE Women's Tag Team Championships over Nia Jax and Tamina, the Riot Squad, Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan, Fire and Desire, Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville, the Iconics, Peyton Royce and Billie Kay, and Naomi and Carmella. Now, right now, we've got Daniel Bryan defending the WWE Championship versus Kofi Kingston, Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles. So Joe and Daniel Bryan kick things off. They officially start fighting to start the match. So a chop from Bryan to Joe in the corner. So that's everything that has happened, and then we'll have a winner here sometime soon in this main event. So once again, guys, thanks for tuning in and watching. Joe with a couple chops of his own to Daniel Bryan, who's pressed up against the Elimination Chamber. AJ Styles, Randy Orton, Jeff Hardy, and Kofi Kingston are still in their respective pods. Power bomb on Joe, from Joe to Daniel Bryan, excuse me. 1-2 kick out by DB, and now Joe has Daniel Bryan in a submission. Daniel Bryan, no. Now a headlock. Doesn't even have him in a headlock. Now crossface. Once again, round of applause for Corey Graves. He's on the call here right now. Now arm lock for Joe on Daniel Bryan. Bryan with a pin, 1-2 kick out. Once again, the #1 trend worldwide is hashtag WWE Chamber. So Bryan throws Daniel or Samoa Joe through the ropes. And now Bryan just threw Joe into one of the pods. Bryan standing tall. Cover 1-2 kick out. Chop from DB to Samoa Joe. Now they're trading those back and forth in the middle of the ring.
How do you stand here and absorb shots like this from Joe? I have no earthly idea.
Headbutt. Now a kick from Joe to Daniel Bryan. Another kick. Punch. Yeah, so every couple minutes a new superstar will enter. Trading chops back and forth. Oh my God, that had to hurt. I heard that from here. I felt that from here. Here we go. Kofi, are you a little bit ahead of me? I must be behind. Because it froze up on me a little bit. Yeah, I was behind. Kofi's been in for like 1 minute now. Okay. I didn't know that. Thank you, John, for letting me know. Okay, I was behind. I was wondering why. I mean, hell, they're still running things really quick here tonight, but yeah, I was behind. It froze up. It froze up for a little bit on me earlier, but then it caught itself, so I thought it was fine. But okay, a minute behind. Kofi Kingston now in the match. I, for some reason, was behind, but oh well. We're back to live TV. Kofi's in the match along with DB and Samoa Joe. Bryan with a flying leg drop on Kofi Kingston, 1-2 kick out. The whole event is way ahead of schedule. Yeah, I'd say so. We're only, what, 2 hours and 45 minutes in and already in the main event? They must want to be done real quick here today for some reason. Which there's nothing wrong with it going by like that. I'm fine with it being quick. So yeah, Kofi's in the match. Daniel Bryan on top of one of the pods. Somebody's going to jump off of it. I'd say Kofi. Daniel Bryan now just going to sit on top of the pod, Indian style. Kofi Kingston now attacking Samoa Joe. Keep those chat questions and comments coming. So Joe with a couple chops of his own to Kofi Kingston. Yeah, so Kofi's in the match along with Joe and Daniel Bryan. So I'm sorry for the technical difficulties now. Wow, Kofi Kingston actually just jumped up on top of the same pod Daniel Bryan's on. I'm sorry I was behind there a little bit here tonight. I don't know why it didn't catch back up, because originally it had done so. It did. Now Bryan walking the plank in the Elimination Chamber. Kofi going to follow. Joe now looks like he's going to climb up there. Yeah, so it had froze up. Long story short, it froze up earlier. I had thought it caught back up, and I guess I was wrong. I was a minute behind. Oh well, not that. It's not like I'm a half hour behind. Thinking, okay, we're on schedule. We're at the Raw Women's title match right now at 10:15. This pay-per-view is not getting over until 11 o'clock. Kofi flying off the side of the chamber on top of Daniel Bryan and Samoa Joe. Kofi chants from the crowd. Kofi will probably be the first one to eliminate though. Does that count as a point, or however many points it was worth for somebody jumping off the top? Does that count? Because I clicked yes, so that hopefully counts. If not, that's bullshit. Joe getting covered up by Kofi, 1-2 kick out. Daniel Bryan with a move on Kofi. Headlock now. Now shorter tackle. Kofi with a cover, 1-2 kick out.
Again, I go back to the earlier point. If any one of these superstars can eliminate Daniel Bryan from this match,
Samoa Joe working Kofi. God, senton bomb from Samoa Joe to Daniel Bryan.
Samoa Joe once again displaying complete disregard for Daniel Bryan, using his 300 pounds as a weapon, and now
Samoa Joe with a cover on Kofi, 1-2 kick out.
able to kick out. Take another look at this massive senton. Look at the height and the impact. Samoa Joe, 300 pounds, crashing down onto the WWE champion, flushing the ribs of Bryan. And now it's Samoa Joe who can lay into the WWE champion.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who's going to enter the chamber match next? It's either going to be AJ Styles, Jeff Hardy, or Randy Orton. It's either going to be Styles or Hardy, because Orton's coming in last. It's going to be the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. He goes right after Daniel Bryan. Now after Samoa Joe. Now Kofi Kingston. Styles with some punches and kicks. Now a clothesline to Samoa Joe. Jeff Hardy will be next, then Randy Orton. Daniel Bryan with a slap to Styles. Now they are going back and forth. What are you doing, big boy? What's up, buddy? Styles catches DB. Kofi as well. Double DDT. AJ Styles to Daniel Bryan. And Kofi cover on DB, 1-2 kick out. No, cover on Kofi, 1-2 kick out. What's up, big dog? What are you doing, buddy? What'd you think of the race earlier? Did you watch the race earlier, John? Styles with a kick on Kofi. Phenomenal form, maybe. Styles on Joe, just outside the ring. Still inside the chamber, though.
Look at Daniel Bryan up to the back of your screen here. The WWE champion is climbing up the chain. Daniel Bryan's trying to get out of harm's way, looking for a moment of respite. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Phenomenal form from AJ Styles to Daniel Bryan as Bryan is on the side of the chamber. Takes him out. That had to hurt. My God. Hey, you can be my guest on that. I should, shouldn't I? I can't promote anything, though. They take those signs. I have before. Sort of past that phase, though, for taking signs to these, but, I mean, we'll see. It's not childish, but at the same time it is. But knee to the back of the neck from AJ to Kofi, 1-2 kick out. This is after a failed Styles Clash as well, by the way. Yeah, so, yeah, be my guest at that. They might actually take it. I wouldn't be surprised, because glare-wise, I bet it'll affect the camera. I'm surprised no one's done that before. Or wear something like bright, yeah. Like the guy in the green shirt that's always ringside. AJ working with Samoa Joe now. What are we at time-wise? Close to 4 hours. So Kofi going after Joe. Kicks one after another. Now, headlock, Coquina clutch, Samoa Joe on Kofi Kingston. Kofi with a pin on Joe, 1-2 kick out. Joe has Coquina clutch still intact, though, on Kofi Kingston. Kofi gets out of it. Joe, phenomenal forearm from AJ Styles. 1, 2, 3. AJ Styles pins Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe has been eliminated.
That is huge. Crucial elimination from the phenomenal one.
Hey, what are you doing?
Right now it's Samoa Joe who must exit the chamber.
So Samoa Joe's leaving the ring. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's going to be Jeff Hardy because Randy Orton's coming in last. Or maybe they say Orton comes in and then he's all pissed off. No, it's going to be Jeff Hardy. Okay. So Daniel Bryan's still in the match along with Kofi Kingston, AJ Styles. And now Jeff Hardy. Hardy takes out Styles. Now a kick. 1, 2, kick out. And a kick from Hardy to Daniel Bryan. Kick from Hardy to Kofi Kingston. He takes him out. Hardy takes out Daniel Bryan once again.
Daniel Bryan's knee appeared to suffer some serious damage upon impact.
Delete chants from the charismatic Enigma. Twist of fate maybe on AJ Styles. Now he gets out of it. Pele kick from AJ to Jeff.
Quick strike counter by the phenomenal one.
AJ Styles chants from the crowd.
Kingston and Bryan all within the chamber at this point.
DB working Kofi. Slams him into the chamber. Once again now. Now, Jeff, he tried jumping on top of the pod. Did not successfully make it the whole way up top. Now, AJ climbing up there as well with him on the top turnbuckle in the corner. And what's going to happen here? Oh my God. AJ fell. Jeff picks him up now and throw him back in the ring. Daniel Bryan has Kofi Kingston's left arm hooked in the Elimination Chamber structure. Jeff Hardy on top of the pod. Hopefully this counts towards points. Jeff Hardy, twist of fate on AJ Styles, who was laying on top of the top turnbuckle. DB with a running knee, 1, 2, 3. He pins Jeff Hardy. So Jeff Hardy has been eliminated by Daniel Bryan. That had to hurt on AJ. Holy hell. Twist of fate on the top turnbuckle. And then a knee to Hardy. He gets eliminated. So Orton still has to enter the match. But Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles, and Kofi Kingston in the match at this very second. My God. My back would be aching right now if I was AJ Styles. Boy. Yes, it'll be Randy Orton because he is the last man in a pod. But we already knew that before the match anyway. Daniel Bryan runs over that way, looks at Randy Orton now, a drop kick to AJ Styles. Styles up top in the corner. Daniel Bryan brings Kofi over as well. Daniel gonna climb up top maybe. Yeah, what the hell is he doing? He's gonna take them both out, one way or another. Okay, so DB has AJ gonna go for a suplex now on DB and Kofi Kingston from the corner.
What damage has been done to the knees of the phenomenal one, who's still hung up. Styles trying to pull himself up somehow. He knows this is a prime opportunity, a prime opening in this match. And they're trying to pry himself out, by your point. Bryan and Kingston are both down, could gain an elimination, but here comes the fight.
So the clock is ticking down once again. Randy Orton will be the final entrant in tonight's main event. So Randy Orton enters, he leaves his pod, enters the ring with all three superstars that are still left, AJ Styles, Daniel Bryan, and Kofi Kingston down in the ring. Orton clothesline on Daniel Bryan. Orton with a couple kicks to AJ. Orton with a clothesline on Kofi Kingston. Orton with another kick to AJ Styles. Now a kick on Kofi. He's going to throw Kofi into AJ. RKO almost connected Randy Orton on Daniel Bryan. 1-2 kick out by DB, or excuse me, on Randy Orton on the roll-up pin by Daniel Bryan. Orton just picked up DB, threw him on the top rope. Super kick from Kofi to a running super kick from Kofi to Randy Orton. Kofi chants from the crowd. AJ and Kofi working at it now. God. Backbreaker, that had to hurt AJ on Kofi. Kofi might last until the end and then take the pin. I think DB's going to pin AJ though.
Now it's AJ Styles Trying to control Kingston. It's about the WWE
Nice spray tan there for AJ Styles.
to WrestleMania.
AJ gonna have Kofi. He's actually gonna throw him in the corner.
You have to imagine whoever walks out of here with the WWE Championship will more than likely have an opportunity to defend it at
AJ now with a
WrestleMania.
punch, gonna go for the phenomenal form once again. RKO though, nope. Yep, RKO Randy Orton to AJ Styles. Cover Orton 1, 2, 3. Orton pins AJ Styles. AJ has been eliminated. Unbelievable, says Corey Graves. That's exactly what your wife said yesterday as well. Nice RKO. Set up perfectly. So, AJ has just been eliminated. Daniel Bryan, Randy Orton, and Kofi Kingston. Kingston with a roll-up pin on Orton, 1-2 kick out. A kick misses. Now a kick connects Kofi to Orton. Kofi going up top. Orton takes him down. So yeah, Daniel Bryan, who started the match, versus Samoa Joe, Randy Orton, who just entered, and then Kofi Kingston are the final three competitors in the WWE Elimination Chamber WWE Championship match here tonight. DDT vintage Orton from the top rope on Kofi Kingston. So Orton looking for an RKO now on Kofi Kingston. What'll happen? Daniel Bryan's all by himself. Orton, nope, okay. I was thinking something else. Orton takes out Daniel Bryan. I was thinking Orton was going to connect on Kofi on the RKO, and then Daniel Bryan would come over and take him out real quick. Kofi with a pin on Orton. 1, 2, 3. Kofi Kingston eliminates Randy Orton. You got to be kidding me. Don't tell me they're going to have Kofi win this. Okay, they'll still do what I was thinking. Something will happen real quick with either now Orton or Kofi, and then Daniel Bryan will come up real quick and get a pin and win. Crowd going nuts for Kofi Kingston.
We've all got goosebumps. Kofi Kingston continues to defy logic, to defy time. It is one step closer.
I swear to God, Kofi Kingston wins the WWE Championship. I don't know what the hell I'll do. He's a damn good wrestler, but he's not no WWE champion. Kofi and Daniel Bryan, the final two competitors in the main event here tonight at WWE Elimination Chamber for the WWE Championship. They're going to go at it here for a while, I bet, probably. Kofi chants very loud from the crowd. They go at it. Haymakers, one after another from both of them. Now kicks back and forth between Daniel Bryan and Kofi Kingston. Kofi saying, come on, you can kick harder than that. Daniel Bryan's going to win. There's no way around it. They will not have Kofi win. And I will be getting this one right because I picked Daniel Bryan to win. Yes kicks now from DB to Kofi, middle of the ring. No. That's what the crowd's chanting. Because Daniel Bryan's a heel, so makes sense. That one misses. Kofi now. Oh my God. Kofi with a pin on Daniel Bryan. 1, 2, kick out by DB. Crowd really into it. This is the excitement you would want in a match. Kofi chants from the crowd once again. They had Jinder win it a couple years ago, right after Elimination Chamber. After WrestleMania, that was at Backlash. 2 years ago, they had Bray Wyatt win the WWE title inside Elimination Chamber, so who the hell knows? They might have Kofi win it. I don't know why they would. New Day rocks, New Day sucks chance. You got to get the title right back on Daniel Bryan, though, if Kofi does win here tonight. You got to get it back on him on Tuesday night. Because DB will have a title match at WrestleMania or somebody. I don't know who it is. Like I said, I don't know what they plan on doing with this moving forward, because I said that in my predictions video this past week. So, sure, they're going to depend on what happens here and then on SmackDown this week, moving towards Fastlane and then WrestleMania. What are you doing? What's up, buddy? Daniel Bryan, kick after kick after kick, running kicks onto Kofi Kingston. Kofi with a running knee, 1-2 kick out by Daniel Bryan. There will be a huge ovation full of boos for Daniel Bryan once he wins. So that's what will happen. Kofi's getting all the hot stuff right now, but then Daniel Bryan's going to find a way to win.
This place is rocking right now for Kofi Kingston. Kofi knows he can do this. He pinned Daniel Bryan 5 nights ago. Now he's got to do it again to make it count.
And thank you, Byron Saxton, for that stat. Kofi pinned Daniel Bryan on SmackDown. Normally when you stand tall versus somebody on a go-home show, you lose. But the Usos won earlier, so that really doesn't add up. Doesn't make any sense then. So, Kofi now in the corner. Going to be going after Daniel Bryan. It looks like DB rolls underneath the ring. Rolls underneath the rope out of the ring onto the floor of the Elimination Chamber. Now a kick from Kofi to DB. Now Kofi throws Daniel Bryan headfirst into the Elimination Chamber. One after another. My God, that has to hurt. Are we going to see blood? So Kofi. Oh my God. Daniel Bryan somehow threw Kofi into the pod. He talks to him a little bit, tells him, okay, we're going to go home. This is what we're going to do. And DB rolls Kofi underneath the ring, underneath the rope, back into the ring. And we're going to see what happens here.
Watch this, another angle here. There's the situation with Nia Jackson during earlier tonight in the women's tag team elimination chamber match. Kept her out of action altogether. And now the Planet's champion stalking Kofi Kingston. Was this where it all ends for Kofi?
Daniel Bryan angling up. Kofi running knee. Daniel Bryan now with a cover, a pin on Kofi Kingston. 1, 2, kick out by Kofi. Oh my God, I thought that was 3. How the hell did he kick out? I thought that was 3. You fooled me there. Normally I don't get fooled by that much, but that was close. Yes chance from the crowd because Daniel Bryan didn't successfully pin Kofi yet. Daniel just sitting there. Kofi laying down behind him. Kofi chants from the crowd. Daniel Bryan shaking his head no. There's still hope for Kofi Kingston, says Tom Phillips. Daniel Bryan picking up Kofi now by his arms. A stomp right to the head of Kofi Kingston. Another kick. Pin, 1, 2, kick out by Kofi. What's going to happen? Daniel telling Kofi to get up. Running knee once again, it looks like. No. My God. Kick from Kofi to DB. 1, 2. Daniel Bryan rolls it up real quick. 1, 2. They cut to the crowd, and Kofi kicks out. Kofi, no. Okay. Daniel Bryan has him in a armbar now. Is Kofi going to tap? More than likely, yeah, I bet. That's how it would end. Crossface now. That's not even a crossface. It's just holding his arm, or holding his head back a little bit. Kofi chants from the crowd. Kofi's trying to reach for the bottom rope. And he's very close. He reaches the bottom rope. Kofi Kingston reaches the bottom rope. Ref breaks the count. Breaks the hold.
An exhausted Daniel Bryan releases the submission. This past Tuesday, it was Kofi Kingston who was the Iron Man. Tonight, Daniel Bryan, two worthy competitors.
I thought he had him on the roll-up. I thought he had him on the pin before that. This is awesome. Chants from the crowd. Rightfully so. This match is awesome. Tearing the house down to an Elimination Chamber. Daniel Bryan going up top in the corner. Kofi with a kick. Bryan catches himself on the pod. Kofi chants from the crowd. Daniel Bryan now climbing on top of the pod. Kofi's going to follow. They'll probably do like a suplex or something off the pod. And then maybe a running knee from Daniel Bryan or a kick from Kofi to end it.
Kofi Kingston intends on leaving here with his first WWE Championship. By any means necessary.
Kofi with some punches on Daniel Bryan up top in the pod. Kofi whacking Daniel Bryan off the chamber structure. You would think they would be going home here soon. I think this is it. I think this is go home. Like I said, something, they're going to jump off it and something real quick after and it's over. Kofi trying for a suplex on Kofi. Now they reverse it. Daniel Bryan going to be going for the suplex first. Whacking Kofi off the chamber structure. Come on, what's going to happen?
Perhaps looking to utilize the same strategy. Oh, and again, it's Kofi Kingston now on the block. And trying to hook the leg, and again trying to prevent the superplex by Bryan off the top of the pod.
Top of the pod. Kofi with some right hands. Daniel Bryan going to get down. They'll probably do the superplex off the top turnbuckle in the corner now. Because if they did the superplex off the top of the... Okay, Kofi with a kick on Daniel Bryan. Kofi now on top of the pod. Going to jump off and land on Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan will probably move out of the way, and then a kick and then a pin. Yep, Bryan moves. Frog splash by Kofi. Daniel Bryan setting up the running knee, and he'll cover him, pin him, 1, 2, 3. Good ending. Good ending. If that's how it's going to end, match is still going on. I'm just trying to call it as I see it and trying to think what's happening next. Running knee, Daniel Bryan on Kofi Kingston. Cover. 1, 2, 3. Daniel Bryan retains the WWE Championship here tonight at WWE Elimination Chamber over Kofi Kingston. He also defeated Jeff Hardy, Randy Orton, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles. So the new Daniel Bryan with his new eco-friendly WWE Championship, the planet's champion, Daniel Bryan retains the WWE Championship. To kick off the show, Buddy Murphy defeated Kira Tozawa, retained the Cruiserweight title. Bayley and Sasha Banks, first ever women's tag champs. Finn Balor won the Intercontinental Championship. Usos, they won the SmackDown Live Tag Team Championships. Ronda Rousey retained over Ruby Riott. And then Baron Corbin in a no disqualification match defeated Braun Strowman. So that's what happened here tonight at Elimination Chamber. Two championship changes, surprisingly. I think a lot of people were thinking nothing was going to happen. Elimination Chamber, actually a damn good pay-per-view. Be sure to keep an eye out for my WWE Thoughts and Opinions video following the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. I'll have that out sometime this week. Plus, keep an eye out for my WWE Raw and SmackDown recaps this week. So that's going to do it for me. Gohan Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. Daniel Bryan and Rowan actually walk back up the ramp. Kofi in the ring getting a standing ovation from the crowd. His fellow New Day members, Big E and Kofi Kingston, along with Xavier Woods, are in the ring now. So I think they'll cut to closing credits, and then we'll get the Mark Henry story following the WWE Chamber pay-per-view here tonight on the WWE Network. So good call. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for all tuning in and watching my live reactions play of the 500 earlier in NASCAR, the Daytona 500, and then the Elimination Chamber here tonight in the WWE. So, like I said, that's going to do it for me here tonight on YouTube doing live reactions play. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, hit the little thumbs up button. Like, follow, and subscribe to Gridiron Ring and myself, Cool Hand Luke 96, on social media. The links are in the description below, so check those out. The next time you'll see me for WWE action right here on YouTube will be in about a month's time for WWE Fastlane. So I hope to see everybody then. Once again, thanks for watching. Keep an eye out for my WWE Thoughts and Opinions and Raw and SmackDown recap videos this week, maybe next week as well. You'll see me doing live reactions play of more Alliance of American Football. So stay tuned. Once again, thanks for watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Daniel Bryan ends the night retaining the WWE Championship.